Morning. Let's see. Oops. This camera needs to go up a little bit higher. There you go. Okay. Where's my window with people? Hi, Candice.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm okay. I guess
Good.
I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving.
It was interesting.
Yeah, I hear you.
It was fine. For the most part, I always have great. This was actually not even about Thanksgiving. I had a wonderful time with my family. But a friend of mine, a very good friend of mine's daughter, had a terrible accident. So it was for a different reason, tremendously horrendous. But we ourselves had a good time. It's just hard to distinguish when it all happens at the same time, right?
Absolutely,
Anyway,
absolutely.
hopefully you had a great one. Hopefully.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. There's a lot of dynamics, but I'm for the most part very grateful. One thing before the class officially starts, Deanna, is for whatever reason, when I am trying to log on to the VMware and they do the authentication, I got this message that says authentication timed out when it shouldn't have. I literally did it.
Sometimes when it does that, I get that every time I do it and they get that message, I just do it again, and the second time it works.
Okay.
Did it work for you? Did you try it again? I get that occasionally, and then I just do it again. It's like it needs to go through one version before it wants to. I don't know why. I don't understand why, but it works a second time.
Okay, I think it is.
Let me know if that's what happened to you.
I think.
Yeah, it's such a weird.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, I think it's working now, but that kind of freaked me out. So I'm like, why is this not working?
Yeah, no, it's weird. I used to think it was the browser, but then it was doing it on the other browser. It's just a thing. It's almost like, you really want to come here, prove it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, how hard you want.
I'm gonna test your metal and see if you really want to get in here.
Totally, I know. Okay,
we've been this week we've been having issues with it, so I'm like not very happy with VDI today. I'm hoping it behaves.
Fingers crossed.
All right,
okay,
guys.
cool. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Hi, Vera. I see you were hard at work lately, huh? Posting lots of good stuff.
I'm trying to get
Hi,
in with
Nicole.
my computer. Please let me in.
Okay. Well, I haven't gotten another entrance here from you. When I see it, I'll let you in on the other one. All right. Who else is here? Alan. Hi, Alan. And Moni and Libby. Wow. Look at that. Nicole and Moni and Libby. I know Libby, you were going to be coming and going. So hopefully you're having a good trip while this is happening. All right. Let me see. Where's everyone else? I know it's hard to have 2 classes in 4 weeks. This is the first time this has happened, but I kind of tried to warn you twice this week to hopefully remind people. But when this happens, that we have all these breaks, it tends to happen that people kind of forget because life gets busy. So if it's only us, then yay, it's only us. I know a few people were posting last night, so I'm hoping that it's more than us. But yeah, it's not fun to have so much happening. But anyway, just to say that we've had a lot of Google Drive issues with not Google Drive issues, sorry. We've had a lot of issues with VDI. So just to remember, who is on VDI? You just said so, Candice. Anyone else here who's going to be on VDI? All right, so over here in the chat, I'm going to say good morning. So could anyone please go in and give a little sign in so that we can get ourselves set up and running. That would be nice. Okay. Sometimes I change my sound and I have let me get my headsets connected. Which is probably why you guys weren't sounding so loud, because my headset. Oh no, there. Can that be true? Can you say something again, please?
Hello, good
Can
morning.
somebody says, yeah, okay. No, you're still fine. Hopefully I charge these all night, but somehow this charger must not be working well because they're 40%. It's okay. I have another pair if I need to. It's just that I'm in the middle of, not in the middle, I'm on the side of my living room. And when there's no one at home, that's fine. But when there's people at home, it's like the whole class is blaring out to the whole house. So I do my best to have at least you guys in my ears so they don't have to hear everything. They just hear me. I can't silence myself though. They still have to hear me. But I try to make it a little bit less intense with all the sounds. All right. Okay. So hi, Shelley. I see you. We're also posting. You and you and Vera have been very busy on Padlet. So thank you for practicing and doing so much work and catching up. I'm going to go ahead and assume that who's here is here, and I don't want to make you guys who did come on time wait too much. So I'm going to get started, but first let me post this here. This there we go. That's the link to our Padlet in case you want to post something or do something with Padlet. Oh, good. Danielle is joining us. All right, so I'm sharing my screen and let's go over to our Padlet. And let's put you guys on the other screen so I can see you. Give me a sec. The first time I share, I need to change everything. All right, here we go. Hi, Danielle. Nice to see you. And let me post again the Padlet link because the chat starts for everyone only when they sign in and they don't have the earlier links. Anyway, so here's what's been going on with you guys. So anyone who hasn't posted yet, please do so. And those of you who did post and caught up, that's awesome. I also wanted to mention that if you ever want to see have hope when you think, oh, this is so slow, I'm not learning that much. I just want to let you know that Saul started here in our class, and look at when he's told to do duplicate gradient shapes and stuff, look what he comes up with. So yeah, it's it gets better. It gets better. Okay. You will work your way up to that kind of stuff. And then he posted lower down the list, he posted instructions to get this effect happening, which is, I did not know about this effect. It's kind of cool, the one that these like cartoony creatures have, but he posted the first day here, instructions how to do that. So if you guys want to see, you end up with this kind of a flower thingy. So if you guys want to give this a try, because it's like instructions A to Z, it's a post down there from our first day. Just go ahead and do that. You can double click on it and keep an eye on it, or you could also go over to it, click on this, and you know, like copy or like actually do a copy of the information and then paste it somewhere on your computer if you want, or open it up and then do a screenshot of it. Just Shade, we rarely have anything with instructions here, and he happened to post that, I noticed, so I just wanted to share that. And then over here, Nicole, you're here with us today, and I wanted to mention, Nicole, it seems here that this is something you created. It's incredible. Tell me about that.
Well, I think last week there was a period of time where we were working through, some people were having some technical issues, so I was just kind of around, and I found the AI tool in there. And so I work in dentistry, so I typed in like dental, and it kind of gave me a mock-up of this. And so I used like our color palette and used the gradient tools that we were learning about to make it look different and to add some features to it.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for explaining. I was like, oh, so you were waiting for me to help and you just threw this out on the table. I'm like, that's great. No, but now I understand better. So yes, there's a, those of you who have VDI do not have it yet. And I am working on 2023 on the version that I'm showing you here. But I also have in 2024, which I have on this other computer that I have here on the side. I'm going to connect with it if we get around to it. I wasn't planning to share it today, depending on how. There we go. Depending on. Hold on. There we go. So depending on how the day goes, I'm hoping it goes well and fast and consistent, but then again, since we've had so many breaks, there might be, you know, a bit more time spent on review than other times. I'm hoping to get to it, and I'll show you a little bit. What she's talking about is the fact that there's a generative tool here. It's like an artificial intelligence tool in all of the Adobe programs now, really powerful ones. In Photoshop, they're doing incredible stuff for better or for worse, in the sense that there's all this controversy about it. I'm not saying that it's good or bad. I'm just saying the tools exist. We have to make your own decisions about it. But sometimes, think about what Nicole said. She works in dentistry. She probably needs to have illustrations or something like that of dental equipment, tooth rotting, or whatever things that dentist people do. And then you have to just go and get stock art that might not be exactly what you want to see. And so now you can actually describe and explain what you want. And you could get something that, as you learn how to explain what you want, it comes up. But what I like is the story that she got something from, she was doing the same exercise we were doing. He was doing all the feelings and whatever, and then this appeared, and then so she started applying all of the gradients and stuff to it. So when it appears in Illustrator, it appears also as an Illustrator file, meaning with the shapes, with the thing. It's basically a fillable shape. Each one of these would have been a little part and piece that she worked on. So yeah, and there's generative ways to create color and stuff like that. So we're gonna play around a little bit with it. Okay, so here we go. Very cool. Was this something you did with did you filled with I'm having a blank, a group color or a process color, I mean?
Yeah, so we had already
What's
created,
that?
we had already created the group colors and learned about gradients, and then I think some people were having technical difficulties.
Okay. Oops. Suddenly you went and got it. Hold on. Someone has a double thing. Maria, Maria, I see you there twice with two sounds. I'm wondering if this is you. Okay.
I think that was me, my bad.
Oh, that was you. Oh, you're there too with two. Also mute yourself from one of them. Okay, perfect. Sorry, Nicole, you started becoming
No, that's
double and triple sounded.
I
So
was saying we created our color groups, we learned gradients, and then I think some people were having technical difficulty or needed additional help with the gradients, and so I just was clicking buttons and found the AI, found the AI, and just applied what I learned to the chair that was created.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And you guys, yeah, what she's saying, I wanna underline it too, because yeah, on the one hand, I want you to be paying attention to when I'm showing something new so you don't fall behind. But yeah, sometimes I'm helping someone and it totally applies to you and you're listening in and learning from it. And other times you're like, oh, I got this one. Let me do some fun stuff. And one of the things you can do is have a separate file going where you put stuff in there and play around and do weird things, so that then when it's time to continue, you can still have the shape that we're working on to continue. Or you can have another page, another artboard or something like that going. But yeah, sometimes though, people go so far away from what we're doing that then then we have to spend a bit of time getting them back to where they were. So just do it on a separate artboard, on a separate file, and play around, and then ask me questions and post them like she did, because it's really good to know and see where people are going. And then we discover things like that, right? We discover that I can show you this and tell you about generative fill. And then Moni, this is really cool. You use the freeform gradient in the background. Doesn't that look pretty awesome? And then how about the snow and these shapes? You just kind of free created this, or is this also something like Nicole? Wow.
No, those are just shapes.
All right. And Moni, and guys, I want to show you again, Moni is someone who started knowing nothing a couple classes ago. So yeah, very cool. Very nice application of the work that we're doing. So I love to see the assignments, and I also like to see how you guys just free form go ahead and play with that. And then this here, Shelly posted this this flower. We just kind of all did the little oval here, and then she started changing the shapes and doing some other stuff. And in fact, today we were going to work a little bit on something like this as a review. So look at what she did here to maybe get yourself slightly inspired with the variety that she's got. We're going to do it in a different with other tools, but yeah. Consider that you can move far from the basic assignment when you start playing around. So great work, you guys. Something just came up. All right. You remind me of my kids. It's so funny because I have one of my kids who is always drawing like superstars and stuff like that, and another one's writing a graphic novel. So yeah, you'd be totally up in the and by the way, my son who's doing a graphic novel started with Illustrator doing exactly this, okay, and now he's doing a really intense graphic novel. So it gets better, you guys. So awesome. I love it. I love the energy here. Well done, guys. Let's continue then with Illustrator. And the one thing I just wanted to clarify again, can you please raise your hand if you're using VDI? Okay, give me your little raised hand so that you all pop up front. I just kind of want to really separate you from the rest to know who's working on VDI. Is it just Candace right now? Maria also, oh, keep your hand up. Maria and Candace and Danielle, I'm always going to say Danielle, sorry. Name is in the family, I can't say it differently. Daniel. All right, so view 3. Okay, great. So now this, I just opened Illustrator, and every time I open it in VDI, it thinks that it's a new connection. So it's giving me the whole what's new page. And this what's new page, in fact, is giving you a little example of the tool that Nicole worked on. And it's generative AI feature where you write something, retro camper van, and this thing here appeared. Okay, which is kind of like what that dental chair illustration that Nicole posted would have gone. So when you first open Illustrator and it gives you this little new here, what it does is it kind of gives you an idea of something, one of the features. And if you want to learn more about it and you click on this, it's going to take you. So I'm going to click on this to show you. It's going to take you to, oh, it's not doing it today. It's not a link today. I was going to say it takes you to little tutorials for it, but for some reason today it's not linking. It even has a hand. Okay. Well, I was going to say it takes you to a tutorial on the internet for it, but for some reason it's not linking to it right now. Okay. If you can download this illustration to start. Anyway, right now I'm just going to turn this off because it doesn't seem to be responding to me. Good old VDI. Nope, it's not even out. At least it turned it off. Okay. So you can there's a page in the Adobe how do you call it, in the Adobe page, and I don't know exactly which sublink page, but if you go to adobe.com and you write tutorials, it'll come up with a lot of really good tutorials. And especially when this new, if you haven't used it for a while and you want to see what the new features are, that's cool. But in the second page, in the welcome to Illustrator, like not that little box that came up, Well, actually, here's something new, and it's also giving you a little box. But in this welcome page on the far right, this little thing, this is also those little tutorials. So if you're going to go find how-tos and mores, and you click over here, is it going to take me this time? Yeah. And so it goes over here, and then it just shows you tours and explore shapes, jumped into color. So they're little tutorials, 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah, and it's pretty cool. You have a lot of good stuff there you can explore inside and outside of class. And then you can bring back some new skills and tell us all about it next time. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and open a new file. And as usual, we're going to go ahead and click on print to get started on let me explain why I choose print. I think I haven't explained it thoroughly yet. There's this thing, if you want this to be something that's going to be printed, and you start with, say, mobile or web or any of these others, right? Then the format in which the color and the raster effects appear is set up for screen. Now, to say the truth, you will not care if you're going to the web, this is good. But if you're going to print this and you bring in an image from Photoshop or a texture or something, this won't work for print. So it's like the method or mode here that needs the most resources, the most space, the most, if you want resolution, like the files have to show up best, is print. So if you choose print to start with and you design in print mode, then for sure you will be able to print it and then also go to the internet, versus if you start with stuff that's on the internet, you then might not be able to print that if you bring something in from Photoshop that's pixel based. For Illustrator itself, it doesn't matter. Vector shape files will be vector shape files no matter what. But it's when you add elements that are pixel or raster based to your material for one reason or another, that it would become a problem. Now, we're not going to actually add anything pixel based or raster based to this image, so you might as well have started any of these and you still be able to print it well, because what we results is a vector file. But since you're never, if you're not sure how this art is going to end, then print is kind of the more global, all-encompassing setting. Okay, so anyway, that's why we're starting with print. Some of you guys might want to print out the stuff that you're doing to check it out, to look at it and to see it, and this will give you a better printout. All right, we're going to go over here and switch to inches. We're going to go for we're going to go over here and choose 5 by 5. I kind of like to start with these square boards. It gives us a bit more flexibility just when I'm doing samples. And then let's give ourselves 3 artboards to start with. Is any one of you guys in my digital design techniques class right now? Okay, Moni and Shelly. All right, so over in that one, I'm talking a lot about margins and bleeds and stuff like that. We're going to be talking a lot about resolution. If you guys want to know anything more about the technicality of what it takes to make this this material and have it be part of other stuff, consider next time the class comes around. Or now, if you want to join us, we did 2 out of 6 classes, so we still have 4 to go, and some videos to catch up. Then you're welcome to join us. Go ahead and say create. But right now in Illustrator, I'm not going to be explaining much more about that. So I'm going to go ahead now and create it in my other Illustrator that I demo. I'm going to go to print, points, inches. 5. By the way, if you hit the tab key kind of takes you, tab kind of takes you to the places you need each time you have one of these fields. That's true for just any program in the world of computers. When you have a field and you hit the tab key, it kind of moves you through all the choices. All right. Okay, how are we doing here? Just so you know, I have been freezing every morning. I've been teaching every morning, literally with blankets on my lap. The heater wasn't working, and then I just noticed the heater turned on. I'm like, yes, finally. So I'm taking all the different layers that I was wearing off. Like, so nice. I had taken the blanket off my lap, taking off my extra jacket. It's like, oh, what a pleasure. It's been cold. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and learn now. So we've learned how to make some basic shapes. They're called primitive shapes. The ones I've been doing, the ones that are like fully enclosed that you drag out a rectangle and oval, those things are called, if you care about it, primitive shapes of the type of shapes we can create. Today we're going to begin to create some more complex shapes, and we're going to begin to modify those shapes. So like as a real quick review, it's been so long. We're going to select a regular, any old rectangle, click and drag, and make a shape. We can go over here to the fill it with something. We can go over to the stroke, fill it with another color. The stroke, you won't be able to see. Let me go Command 0 so I can see better. You won't be able to see too much when it's a 1-point stroke. I don't normally put much strokes, but I'm making it bigger so you can see it. A couple more things about that. Oh, that stroke is such a dark color. You can't see. Let me make it this color because I wanted to remind you about the bounding box, which is this blue line that's there, which happens to be the same shape as the shape right now. But when you make a circle, you discover that the bounding box is still there, no matter that the shape is different. So that's the bounding box. And this is a path. This is a path. So, okay, it happens that in a rectangle, the bounding box and the path occupy the same space. But if I were to select this and shift this to, sorry, I was looking down, this plus this by holding the shift, then I'd see that the bounding box is always going to be 1. And in this case, it extends to hold on to 2 different ones. If I were to now go and create, a polygon or something, and I were to now select all 3 of these, then again, there's 1 bounding box. Now, just now I selected all 3 by holding down the shift key and selecting all 3 of them. But I also want to remind you that one of the best ways to select things is to just kind of do this thing that I kind of call the net, fishing net. If you click and drag, you get this little dotted line. And as long as you touch any piece of an element with that drag, you select that element. So if I now wanted to select all these 3, I wouldn't have to, some people painstakingly go to the very top and do like that. That's unnecessary. All I need is to make sure that this thing that I create touches all 3. So I could do something like that where I'm touching all 3 and boom, all 3 get selected. Does that make sense? Or I can go up here and do like this and boom, all 3 get selected. Okay, so that's a little bit of the basics of creating and moving in and out. We're going to do Command or Control plus to get close, Command or Control minus to back out. If I'm so far out that I want to just jump straight into that page, Control or Command 0 fills my page with that artboard. Okay. Now, whenever we have something that needs to be done very precisely, you can't do it at this distance. You really do have to zoom in and in and in. And so then if I zoom in so much that I don't see the shapes anymore, what if I need to just at this zoom level, scooch around? The best solution here is to hold down your space bar. Your hand turns into your mouse turns into the little hand, and I can click and drag myself back to that point that I was trying to reach or that thing I was trying to do. Okay, so this is all just remembering how to navigate, how to move in and out, how to. I'm going to do Command or Control 0 again, just so that as we move in and out, I'm going to be calling these things out. And if you don't remember them, just please ask me again. How did you do that? Remember how to get in, how to get out. Please don't hesitate to ask to be able to follow through. Now, the other thing that we worked on was modifying these shapes. And to do that, I showed you 3 tools actually. The pen tool, the curvature tool, and the white arrow tool. And we just did a little bit of work with that. So today we're going to work much more on shapes. But just as a reminder, if I have a shape that has square, let me just approach it. By the way, if you zoom in without anything selected, you kind of go to the middle of the page. It takes you kind of nowhere. If you select a shape and then you do the zoom in command plus plus plus, it zooms into that one shape that you're selecting. Just another cute little tool. Okay, so if you want to look at the paths here, which happen to coincide with the bounding box, but that's still the path. You can even see, and I don't know if this color shows it to you. Let me make it a bright yellow. Yeah, see how the little word path pops in pink when I put the tip of my mouse to a path? That's telling me that that's a path. And when I click on this little white thing, it's, well, since this one does coincide with the bounding box, it's not showing me that. So let me show you. So this is the path, and that is an anchor. It's not giving me the name of anchor because I'm working on the black arrow tool, and the black arrow tool specializes in modifying the bounding box. So when I try to grab this anchor, it doesn't consider it an anchor. It just considers it one of the handles of the bounding box. So if I try to move it or change it, it's going to move or change the entire, basically what the bounding box does is gives you a container to move wider, thinner, fatter, shorter, or even if I put my mouse outside of the corner of the bounding box, then I can swivel things around. Okay, so that's what we do with the with the black arrow tool. Now, if I head over to the white arrow tool, on the other hand, and I'm going to hover over this one that I was already working, then the bounding box disappears. And when the bounding box disappears, then if I hover over the path, this is truly just a path. Again, that color hides the names. So let me go to this bright color. There we go. So there it says that that's a path. And then if I hover over these little corners, it says anchor. Remember that when we were in the black arrow tool, these were white. So the white little boxes are bounding box handles, versus with the white arrow tool, these become our anchors. So what's the point of these anchors? Well, the anchors are where the paths come out of, so to say. They're the place where the anchors, the type of anchor that you have defines what shape the path will have. And there's usually two paths, one on each side of an anchor. So in this case, this anchor is one that is set up for making curves, versus this anchor is one that is set up for making just straight angles. I don't have here yet an example of a hybrid anchor where one side is a straight line and one is a curve, because these shapes are either or. Wow, that was loud. I just updated my operating system, and that was my phone calling. That is usually my main alarm, where you just like gotta wake up. And it's just actually a phone call coming in with that alarm. That scared me. Okay, I'm gonna have to go and modify some sounds, I think. That shocked me. All right. So let's see what happens if I have my white arrow tool and I go to the circular shape. Good morning, by the way, Anai. Right now, all I'm doing, we're just doing a quick review of everything. And so all we did is we created a blank file with 3 artboards, 5 by 5. Go ahead and do that, and then just make a shape or two so that we can continue catching up with us on the review portion of this. Okay. So that's it. We're nothing special about the shapes. It's just a rectangle and oval. Okay. So stop me if there's anything I'm doing that you need a reminder or need help with. Please interrupt the process. Other than that, I'm just kind of running through the highlights, so to say, so that we can move forward with some new stuff. All right, so I'm down to having the white arrow tool now. And if I want to modify this shape with the white arrow tool, I can do that by either clicking on the anchor or the path. So let's start with the path, because that's kind of easy. I click on the path, and then, oh, by the way, when you use the white arrow tool, you have to click one time to select the shape, right? And then one time to isolate the anchors. But that all you've done is select them, but nothing has happened yet. So then it takes a third click, so to say, to select it and then start to move it around. Okay, so it's select. And if you were to try to grab it now, all you do is move it, because you still need to kind of click on it one more time before you can actually do something independently. Oh, let me get an A in there with your other computer. Here we go. All right, so select. At this point, even if you were to grab the anchor or the paths, if you just select, nothing happens. It's one more click. When you get the little handles popping up, then you can begin to move and isolate the shape. And the curvature anchor, sounds like a tongue twister. This little curved anchor angles, curved angle anchors, yikes, that's crazy, always pop out with two handles, which in this case, the two handles seem to pop out at, equidistant shape and size. But if we then go grab the little hand, I always wish these were a different color so people can distinguish. This is an important shape. This is the anchor where the things come out from. But these two little antennas, those are just handles to modify the paths. So now I can grab it from the very tip and pull it up and down and in and out. Okay, so it's up and down to change its curvature, or in and out to change how, this is the position of the curve, and this sideways changes the angle, if it's more acute, if it's softer, rounder, or sharper. Okay, the in and out, and then up and down is the positioning of it. Or I just might want to move the anchor itself to a new place. Okay, and then we can go and modify the shape. All right, so that's the wide arrow tool, modifying an existing shape. And and then the other thing I can do, once the anchors have been activated, so first you need to activate an anchor, then you can grab a path and bring the path in and out to modify the path. Now, I find that modifying the path here and there might be good, but it gives us less control. It's hard to, with the path, modify a path and get exactly the shape you want. So usually you'll probably be working on with the curves with the handles a bit more. But what if in this is something, what I'm going to show you right now, I have not shown you yet. So pay attention to something that's not review. This seems to always work in this like seesaw kind of mode. What if I don't want it to seesaw? The seesaw is best in that the curve is always going to be gentle, right? Like kind of a good curve. But what if I actually wanted to have this be up there, but then I wanted this one to be up there as well? Like, why does it have to go in if the other one goes out, right? Can I do that? Can I modify that? And yes, I can. Let me actually move a little bit further. So, and this, by the way, is something I did not show you last time. Last time I showed you how to work with these two tools. So let's go ahead and click on any curved anchor. So any tool, any shape that you make, a circle, whatever, that has an anchor that is curved, go ahead and select it. And now to get out of this kind of mode, what you need to do is, if you hold down the anchor with your Option or Alt key, okay, then I get this handle and I move it independently from the other one. Okay, so let me show you that again. You're basically got the seesawing kind of hand, and it's frustrating because if you don't touch exactly right, boom, they turn off. You have to go back and you have to click the anchor again, and then you have to go grab the handle. But if you point it right, then you have this, like, if it's up, it's down, if it's down, it's up. But if you want to separate the handles from that mode, you hold down the Alt or Option key, then you click that handle and it disconnects from the other one. And now, for better or for worse, you have handles that will not, now I've let go of the Option key, I'm done, but now those have been separated. Like, I can't move them as a seesaw anymore. So be careful, because once you do that, that's it. Now, that's it. You've kind of unlocked that anchor. Does that make sense, you guys? Everyone trying that? This is new. So I want to yes if you got it, if that worked. if you're able to separate your seesawing handles, with the caveat that you can't go back, and with the caveat that if now you try to make if you were trying to make this shape, this curve be like that, and you would have to do it with the anchor, anyway, so it's not necessarily, curves become a little bit disjointed now unless you're very careful. But on the other hand, maybe now we can get a little heart or kind of shape out of this thing. So now I'm gonna move this out here, and with moving one thing and another, I might end up getting a little heart. So here I want to make a tip in the bottom of this shape. And in order to do that, I can't really make a good tip unless I do the same thing. So I'm going to hold down the Option key, grab this little handle and do that. And then suddenly I'm beginning to get a bit of a heart shape. Okay. So yeah, so that's a very cool tool. You just need to understand that it then from now on, the anchors and the stuff will work a little bit differently. Okay. Any questions? I want to remind you of the yes and no keys because I'm noticing that only one person said yes. And when I say I look at the group and I'm teaching something new, I want to make sure that everyone got it. Then I need you to click on a yes, and the yes comes from the reactions button. And if you didn't get it and it didn't work, give me a no. But don't just ignore my request, because then I'll individually begin to ask everyone individually. So anyone who didn't answer, did you get it? Did it work? Did it not work? Okay, because that's how I can quickly look at everyone and know exactly who to help. So like right now, Maria said no, and then I would say, oh, so can I help you? Now she switched to a yes, so I guess I can't help you. But everyone else who hasn't answered, I would say, okay, so Nicole, Vera, Daniel, how can I help you? Shelley, right? No, Shelley did answer. I'm looking at her second computer. So Anaí, I know you were still catching up. Did you make it to this point? Yeah, you got it? Okay. And if all is good, give me a yes. Okay. Green check mark. You need to remember where the green check marks are. Head down to where the buttons are for mute, join, start video, that kind of thing. And if you keep moving to the right, if you don't see the little smiley face with reactions, then you might have it under the 3 dots. Because when I'm sharing my screen, sometimes your screen becomes smaller and you don't see it. So then you have to go all the way to the right side to the 3 dots and then pull it up from there. Okay, I'm still not seeing yeses from anyone but 3 people. So we're gonna remember. We're gonna.
I believe I got it.
Let's practice this. All right. So if you got it, Daniel and I did. Candace, Nicole, Vera, please go say yes. And if you didn't get it, please go say no. I'm gonna just sit here and not move on with this awesome Illustrator lesson until I get yeses or nos from everyone. I really need to know that you guys can do that. Otherwise, it's really hard for me to move forward fast, okay? So Vera, you gave me a yes, perfect. Nicole, Candace, Daniel, you said yes. Can you go find the reactions button in the bottom of the Zoom screen? The same one where you can mute and unmute yourself. Keep going to the
actually,
right.
can I show you real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
one second.
Share your screen. This is when I discover that people need help, you guys. So that's why I need, yeah, don't worry about saying no. The whole point is I'm trying to get who says no, because when I move on today, we're going to be using this kind of stuff, and I need to know that you've all done it. So did you, to share, you have to click on twice. Yep, there we go. All right. Yeah, okay. I'm looking.
So I double click the anchor, right?
Double click. Let me just correct you because it isn't double click. It's it's click and then click again. It's 2 clicks. So double click is usually pretty fast. This would be 1 click to select, 1 click to touch. So they'd be, it's 2 clicks, which is not the same as double click. Okay, so you clicked and you clicked. All right, now you've got your anchors. Perfect.
And
okay.
then I can move them, right? And
now,
that's okay.
So yeah.
It's not,
Okay, that's what happens. You need to click one more time on the anchor. So click again on the anchor. Until you see the handles, it's not working. So it has to be exactly on the anchor. So the tip, there we go. Now you can grab the handles. But see, go to another one, because you're in one where the handles are going in and kind of overlapping the other handle. So yeah, there we go. Grab one that's not overlapping. It so happens that that one that you were targeting, the handle was sitting on top of one of the anchors, and so it was
Okay.
kind of hard. So there you go. So now it's moving in and out individually. Yeah,
Okay,
but
so
it's still
I got it.
doing the seesawing motion. Okay, so go ahead and keep trying. Go click on another one. Quickly drag the anchor itself. Perfect. Now grab the handles. The handles are those little antennas that stick out. Yeah, from the one that you were moving. There we go. All right. And then the last thing we did was disconnect those handles from each other. So
Okay.
to do that, hold down your Option or Alt key, the one that's
Okay.
and now click on one of those.
Okay. Let's see. Like this, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, hold on for a second. I lost you. Yeah, so show me that again. I got you covered up with something else. Okay, so now hold on the Option or Alt, yeah. And now when you click on that handle, keep it held down for a second, and then click on that. No, not right
I don't
click.
know. I press
Just okay, select it
I
again.
press Alt and the thing, and it takes me to that.
Alt. Are you sure you're doing Alt and not Control?
Oh, yeah, I'm doing Alt. Should I be doing Control or?
Okay, select it. Well, select one more time. Now select the anchor. Okay, now hold down the Alt key and click on the anchor again. Just click on the anchor. Wow,
Yeah,
that's a
same.
right click. That's a right click. Your Alt is giving you a right click. That's bizarre. Yeah, that's a right click. Do you have a mouse or a touchpad? What do you have?
Yeah, touchpad.
Yeah, touchpads are kind of hard to they are a bit harder to handle. Let me just say one thing. Touchpads are if you touch two fingers down, and you touch two fingers down, you get the right click. So are you doing two fingers down in order to get two
No,
different
just
things,
one.
one with a mouse and one, you're still doing one. All right. I don't know what to say, because how do you get
And when I press Control,
yeah.
it takes me to like a square.
Yeah, no, Control is a different, Control would not be the one to touch. It would have to be the Alt key. So let's yeah. And the thing is that in this case, I probably can't even like ask. Sometimes I can ask to kind of see to take over, but my shortcuts would be, well, maybe it will. Give me a second. Let me see, perchance. Give me I can't even do that. Are you on a Chromebook?
Yeah, I am.
Next time something isn't working, the first thing you need to remind me is I'm on a Chromebook. Yes, Chromebooks does not really have there's a limitation to Chromebooks, which is
Yeah.
the shortcuts. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Alt or Option key on a Chromebook doesn't you don't have that. So, well, there you go. You're going to have to find your way around differently. I'm going to show you a video of the other
All
two
right.
tools now, the pen and the curvature tool. And you're going to find your way around using those, because yeah, that's why. Sorry, it wasn't that you weren't doing it right. I'm stopping your share because there's nothing I can do. If it's a Chromebook, yeah, there's a limitation in those in the shortcuts that you do with Alt or Option. Okay. That said, you get most of Illustrator, so it's better than nothing. But yeah, that's a problem. All right. Someone else has joined us. Oh, hi, Linda. How are you? Did anyone else have a question? No, I was still waiting to see yeses or nos. Okay, so Daniel asked me by saying that he needed a question, but everyone else who's not answering, either you're not there, which is a possibility, or you're not knowing where to find the yes or no. So, okay, good. Now I got to know a yes from Nicole. Maria, okay, I kind of got an answer from everyone now. All right, good. So now I'm going to clean your answers, but I do need you guys to give me a visual yes or no when I ask something so that I can, so that I know exactly who to help the moment I need to help. Or if you're trying to hide that you need help, which would be silly because then how do you move forward? But if you were to hide it, you need help, then just say yes, which would be, I don't see why you would do that, but just answer, okay? Don't keep it blank. All right. Let me share my screen again, and here we go. All right, so now today it's all about shapes, okay? So we're going to do one more thing with shapes, which is we're going to see that we have two types of shape tools. The pen tool of creating from scratch tools. One is the pen tool, one is the curvature tool. So really quickly, the pen tool, at this point, I've only taught you how to do straight line shapes with it. And for that, it's great. So let's just do that really quickly. Put on your pen tool in your hand, and then just basically click, 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 and then click to complete. When you complete, it closes up. I'm gonna do that again, because when you're doing a shape that you don't know what you're gonna do, the fill starts happening and it kind of goes straight from anchor to anchor. And that's fine if it doesn't bug you, but sometimes you're doing some other stuff like that and it becomes like hard to even see the shape that you're making. So if you're making a shape with a tool like this, I would recommend at first to not have a fill, to just have an outline. And then you can make it the shape that you want, you know, whatever it is, with click, 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 click. When you end, you have to touch that first shape. And then if you really did want it to have a shape, a fill, then give it a fill. It just is a bit of a cleaner way than having all that fill that hangs in there. If it doesn't bug you, that's fine. So this is the pen tool, and the main advantage of the pen tool is that if you then want to get rid of one of these, it's as simple as just hovering over the one that you want to get rid of, and see how the pen tool now, look at that, right now the pen tool has a little asterisk underneath it. That means I'm going to start a new shape. If I'm near this and I see the asterisk, that's not going to work. I need to be near this and see the minus. See how a little minus pops in? When I see that minus and I click, I got rid of that one that I didn't want. When I click on this one, I got rid of it. I got rid of it. I got rid of it. It's very easy to add. And now if I want to add, then all I need to do is click, and I've added an anchor. Now, when you add an anchor to a straight line, not much happens. If I add a second one and a third one, then I can go ahead and grab it and work on it. But this is a limitation of this tool. If you want to grab it to work on it, you have to click on the Alt or Option key, which gives you a kind of a white anchor, and then you can grab it and move it around and do stuff. Or you have to hold on to the Command key to move it, the Command key to move it, or the Alt or Option to turn it into a curve. So there's a lot of shortcuts, which once you know them, life is good. You get to do some fun stuff. But since it's harder to use, I would recommend maybe just using it for straight lines. And now, keep moving things out of the way, let's use the curvature tool, which allows you to do both curves and anchors and straight lines a little bit more easily. If you simply see how now I have again the little asterisk, that means I'm about to start a new shape. When I click the first time with the curvature tool, I have to click a second time for anything to happen. And at first it looks like it's a straight line. But the moment I move my mouse out of the way, that is the path. That's the shape the curve will follow. So when I click again, see how the path did follow that shape? And then I click over here and it followed that shape. And then I close it. Cool. So I got myself that shape. Curves come out with single clicks, just like with the pen tool. straight lines came out. But the advantage of this tool is that if I want to now move this one around, I don't need to do any kind of shortcuts. I just grab it and move it and do stuff to it. So in that sense, I'm saying it's easier because the tool itself just grabs and moves without needing to switch with a shortcut to the white arrow tool. Does that make sense? And if I want to get an extra key in there, all I need to do, same as the pen tool, I just need to click and boom, I added a new one. But if I want to get rid of it, since grabbing modifies it, then clicking on it to get rid of it, like we do with the pen tool, doesn't work. So what we need to do, if we want to get rid of this one, select it, and then hit your delete key, boom, right? So you select it and hit your delete key, select it, and hit your delete key, and then hit your delete key, and then we're down to nothing again, okay? So what if I want, so I'm going to try that again with this one. If I want to move it, all I do is go back to the anchor and move it. But if I were to click on the path to move it, as opposed to the white arrow tool, I'm going to add another anchor, and then I can move it. So we just, clicking on the path always adds another anchor. But to get rid of it, hit the delete key. All right, and then the last thing I'm going to show you is, well, how do you then make straight lines with the curvature tool? You double click, double click, double click, double click, double click, double click. Oh, the last one is a single click because it's connecting. So double click, double click, double click, double click, and then just one click to connect. That's how you get straight lines out of the curvature tool. So straight lines, double click, curved lines, single click. With the pen tool, curved lines are easy, but the curved icons, the curved lines with the pen tool are a hassle, and it's a hassle unless you know it. It's much easier for curves to do the curvature tool. All right. What if I want a hybrid shape from the start? Then I go click, 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 and then I want a straight line. I double click. And at first it doesn't look like it happened. It's just that I need to give it another anchor, and I double click again, double click again, double click again, double click again, and then connect. So now this is a straight anchor, straight anchor, straight anchor, but these one are hybrid. This one is half straight, half curved, half straight, half curved. All right. I need a yes if everything I've been saying you've been able to do. I need a no if even one thing didn't work and you need something. Hi, Saul. Nice. Thank you for joining us. I was showing all the cool stuff you've been doing up in the Padlet. Thank you for always putting something that's a little bit beyond using the tools that we're using. And by the way, it doesn't have to be awesome and mind-blowing. It just needs to be that you're doing something with the tools that I am teaching to see that you are expanding beyond whatever one shape we're doing in class. That's good enough. You'll get to the point where you'll be, doing stuff that is above and beyond. But I want you guys to practice during the week to do stuff and show me how you apply your stuff. All right, so Vera and Maria. Yeah, Vera?
I didn't get hybrid.
Okay, so the hybrid, in this case, that you did with the curvature tool, it's either single click to make a curve, right? Single click, single click. And then the moment you want to switch to it being a straight line, you double click. And the first one, it doesn't straighten, but now you've made this one, when you double click again, oh, see what I meant about the fill being a mess, and then you double click again, and then you double click again, and then you double click again, then that's when you get your curve. Sorry, I didn't click on the end. That's when you get your curvature. Why is it not connected to the final? Huh.
Thank you, that worked.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's not letting me complete it. How funny. So I hit escape without completing it, and see how I'm left with this non-completed path. I don't know why it did that to me, but anyway, when you want to disengage your tool, you hit escape, but then you get this thing, which is fine as long as you wanted that shape maybe you wanted that shape with a thin stroke and you were just trying to do that. You were just trying to make a short line. But if you're trying to fill it, the fill will always be a problem when you don't complete a shape, because the fill will just kind of independently join the lines without kind of paying attention to what shape maybe you wanted the fill to keep being curvy or something. And then the shape and the fill will always be a straight line when it doesn't have a container. Okay. Maria, yes, how can I help you?
Thanks, teacher. The same case, let me show you.
Let me stop my share. If you're gonna
Oh,
share, hold
yes.
on. There we go. Okay, share. Go ahead. Meanwhile, Daniel, Anaí, if you guys have gotten it, give me a yes. If you didn't get it, give me a no. Make sure to always give me an answer. Okay, so
I
yes.
stepped away real
Maria?
quick. Is that the
Oh, okay.
the brush, the paintbrush?
No, right now we're using the curvature tool and the curvature tool with double clicking for straight lines and single clicking for the curves. All right, Maria, what's your question?
I try to do the same as you in this, but I can't. So
Yeah,
is first, no.
okay,
Let me know.
yeah.
First curvature.
No, mhm,
No.
yeah. No,
Can
it's
I
okay.
do
Just
the
keep-
escape or something?
If you want
for
to disconnect
inactivate
that
it?
one, yeah, hit escape. If you want to
Okay,
get rid of
escape.
that, hit escape. Yeah, and then you can hit delete and get rid of that which is selected to start again.
Okay,
Your delete key.
this one. Oh, but now it's not
Keep
curved.
going. No, I know, no. The first two look straight. Do one
Oh,
more.
okay, yes.
Yeah,
So
I
now
know. It's kind of
want,
confusing. It's like
right, yes. So double
now
click,
you
right?
want to. What's that?
I have to do double click now, or no?
If now you want a straight line, then now
Yes.
double click, but not on the same anchor. On another, like keep moving.
Like here.
Well, I guess you could. You know what? That's true. You could actually click on the same anchor.
Oh yes,
Hold on.
now
Let me
works.
text.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, that's
Thanks,
okay.
teacher.
If it's it's interesting because if you're wanting to change the shape of if you're wanting to change the type of anchor it is, you can go double click it. So go to one of your curved ones right now. I forgot to show this. So this is new, you guys. Thanks for sharing this, Claudia, because it reminds me. If you go to one of your curved ankles and now double make it clear that it's a curve. Pull it up so that we can see it's a big curve. Pull it up again, because right now it's kind of amorphous. Click on drag it up.
Okay.
There, see how it's truly a curve? Okay, now double click it. There you go. When you double click an anchor that's a curvature, it turns into a straight one. And now double click it again. The same one. Go back to the same one, double click it again. Yeah. And it goes back to being a curve. So I had forgotten to show you that. So I'm glad you pointed this out. So yeah, when you have the curvature tool, double clicking an existing shape converts it from squares to curves and then from curves back to square. Okay. So double click it and it goes back and forth.
Thanks.
So yeah.
The
cool.
last thing, sorry,
yeah.
I'm in BDI, but I can use I don't know why it not works, but Control and Command plus doesn't do zoom. I don't know.
Oh, on VDI.
Yes.
You're on a Mac or on a PC?
Yes. And a Mac.
Which one, Mac or PC?
Mac.
Mac. Okay, so it's Command plus, not Control. It's just Command plus plus, Command minus minus.
Not works.
You're holding down the Command key. Don't let go of the command, and then tap the plus at the same time. So it's two. So hold down the command. Don't let it go, and now begin to tap plus plus minus minus.
No. Could be option.
Wait, go back to your move tool. Just quickly go back to your move tool, just so that we clean it up. The top tool, the selection tool, the black selection tool. I call it the move tool. Click on the black selection tool. Nope, it's
this one.
The top tool of all your tools. Your mouse is somewhere totally different. What's happening? Go. Yeah, it's like you're working on Zoom. Go back to your tools, see where you have the curvature tool selected.
Oh,
your Illustrator tools. Yeah. Now go up to the arrow, the black selection tool up at the top.
This one.
not the white one, the black one. So remember, guys, the shortcut to get to that one is the letter V, if you're ever in wonder. Okay, so now click anywhere so that you deselect. I'm just trying to make sure there's nothing else in the way. Go and click on the white area, just neutral white, anything. Yeah, click there. Okay, so there's nothing selected. You're on the basic tool. Let's give this one more try. Hold down and keep holding down your command key. Do not let go. Make sure it's the command
okay,
key. And now go up to the plus sign and hit plus.
No, don't do nothing.
Then you're gonna have to zoom in using the zoom tool, which
Yeah, I
go back
use
to all the yeah, zoom
right
in and
and
zoom
zoom
out.
in
But
and
that's
zoom out.
so that I don't know. It's glitching then because it should
yeah,
work.
it's not
Oh,
fast.
I'm sorry. No. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm telling you wrong. I'm telling you wrong. You're on a
It's
Mac,
okay,
but you're
okay.
on VD. No, yeah. You're on a Mac, but you're on VDI.
Yes.
Duh. Sorry. When you're on VDI, it's as if you were on a PC. Go use the control key. Sometimes my brain
Okay.
needs to set itself
Control.
about. You're on control. Go control key. And now tap the plus, plus, plus.
Plus, plus, plus.
Oh.
Mm-mm.
No, still not
Working.
working.
So not working.
Wow. So control key down, held down, and then plus and minus. Nothing happening?
Plus, minus, no.
Well, there you go. You're still gonna have to right click then. Sorry about that. Or
Yeah.
let me tell you what the other choice is. The zoom tool is the tool that will put a little zoom at the tip of your mouth, and you get it quickly by tapping the Z. So go ahead and tap the Z to switch to the zoom tool, or you can go down to that one there and
Yeah.
click on it. Which,
Oh,
and now with the zoom tool in hand, go put it over the image. Yeah, that's it. That's the zoom tool.
okay.
Now click one time and
Yeah,
it goes in. And then if you want to go out, you have to hold down your Option or Alt key. And then that puts it in minus mode. And then you go down.
Oh,
down,
yes.
down,
Oh,
down.
works better.
Okay.
Perfect.
So that's if you want to, if you prefer, instead of the right click, you can get to the zoom tool. But then you have to switch back to the tool you were using. So say that you were making curvature. Now you have to go back to your curvature tool.
With
there you
escape?
go.
No.
Perfect.
Okay, just.
No, you have to change tool. It's not escape.
Okay.
You're not in
Thank
any
you.
mode. You have to change tool.
Thanks,
You're
Diana.
welcome. Great questions. Thank you, Maria.
Thanks.
All right. Anyone else? I'm seeing answers from almost everyone. Danielle, did you catch up? Danielle.
Yeah, I believe so.
I'm going to stop apologizing. I'm going to try to say it the way I can. I like people to say my name right, which, by the way,
No,
is
I actually
Diana,
don't.
not
I
Diana.
don't mind.
But it occurs to me that you probably have like people at home calling you Danielle and people at, at school
Yeah.
calling you Danielle. So it's probably the same.
Yeah.
Same with me. If you say Diana instead of Diana, I'm fine with it. But some people really care, in which case I make a point. But if you don't care, I think you probably said at the beginning, then that's good. I'm just like your mom, saying it in Spanish. All right. Let me share my screen again. And now we've kind of covered, I haven't gone over any of the color stuff that we're not going to review today. Hopefully you got that. If you have questions, please ask me. But we have done a quick review of what's been happening with shapes up until now. Let me really quickly show you again that which we showed with Maria, which is that with the curvature tool, if I want to convert this to a curve you have to have the curvature on, and I double click, it turns into a curve, and then I double click again and it turns into straight lines. Okay. That's just what I wanted to show again. And then if this is a hybrid, this is already a hybrid shape. So if I double click on that one, it still defaults first to curve and then back to what it was. So it kept this one curve. Okay. So it's kind of like it goes curve because it's a curvature tool. So first defaults to give you a curvature. And then when you go and double click again, it keeps this one as straight, but it keeps that one as hybrid. Okay. Here's another hybrid. Double click. Everything is curves. Double click. It kept that one and it gave you the straight. So it's not like suddenly you have to have only straighter curve. If it's a hybrid, it goes back to being hybrid. All right. All right. Minus, minus, minus. Let's go ahead. And if you want to keep this practice, because for some reason you want to come back here and keep playing with shapes, let's just go ahead and make a new one. Again, with the three all identical. So it'll be a quick new one to make. Let's say Command and Control or Control N. That gives you a new document. And if you don't like shortcuts, then you can go up to File, New, and then you get the same new document. And we're going to go back to print. By the way, if we stay at recent, don't even go back to print. If you stay at recent, it'll give you exactly the one we just made, which is 5x5 with 3 artboards. Okay. If you go back to print or to anything, you have to set it up again. So in recent, here we have, without doing anything, we say create and we get another one of the same that we had had. All right, let me see some questions on the chat. Does Control N work for PC? Yes, Control N. Control or Command N is a general tool that works all across Adobe, but also works all across any computer, Mac, PC, in any program. The Control N is the shortcut always for new. But it depends what you are trying to say, because if you are in the mode of creating layers and you say Control N, you create a new layer. If you're in the mode of creating a new document, Control N, Control or Command N creates a new document. If you're trying to create a new shape, like it's the always means, like if I'm in the email tool and I say Control N, it opens up to start a new email. So it's a general computer kind of shortcut that works all over the board. So if you ever want to test it in any other application, depending on the mode you're in, you do Control N, you start something new of whatever. If you're in your contact book, Control N opens up a new contact for the new person. Okay, so yeah, that's one of those like overall shortcuts that's global for everything. So good question. And then, so that's a result when you keep practicing when you're learning class. Thank you again. Oh, thank you. That was when I acknowledged the stuff that Saul puts up there. Yeah, he after class, he practices a lot. And by the way, as I think I've mentioned before, he does this. He's making he makes logos and stuff for people. He works doing this now. So that's awesome. All right. Cool. Now we're gonna have some fun going beyond those basic shapes. Now notice that when we click on these, we have the rectangle, the ellipse, the polygon, the star, and the line segment tool. This is the set of tools that have been given to us in the essentials. There's more tools available when you're in a different kind of setting that's not the essential setting, but this is this is good. This is the ones that we really want to start with. They're the basic sets. Now, I've only taken you to these 2 or 3, but now we're going to explore a little bit more of these other 2. The line segment tool, let's just do it because I forgot. I haven't shown it to you. I'm going to go back to this first one, in fact, to show you really quickly on the 3rd page, just a quick, what does a line tool do? Well, I happen to have a pretty big, let me make it a darker stroke so you see it better. I happen to have a 9-point stroke as default because that's the last one I did. So if I click here and draw a line, all it is a stroke. I mean, before I do it, I had a fill set up. I had a red fill set up. But when I draw a line, we discover that the fill goes to none because lines don't have fill. All they are is lines. So you can, so if you single click, you can tell it how long you want it, just like everything else. If you click and drag, then it kind of sticks to the beginning and then you move it around. And by the time you let go, boom, there it lets go. Okay. So that's your line. And of course, because it's a stroke, you can make it thicker or thinner. There's brushes and stuff that I'm going to show you later for different kinds of lines. But right now, that's basically what the line tool is. I'm going to go ahead and delete one here because I want to show you one last shape here that I haven't shown you yet really quickly. And then we're going to go to the other shape. But mainly the problem comes that when you have seen shapes here all along and then you're like, where's my shape tool? Because, you know, somehow it's hard to recognize that the little line there is a shape tool. It looks like a / or something, but that is the last of the shapes. So let's go down to the star tool and then we can make a little star. Since the last thing I made was a line and my fill went to blank, now my star is not filled. So now I have to fill it again. Remember that the appearances always follow the last shape that you made. So If you want to fill, you need to fill it again. Okay, now that's the basics of those 4 shapes. That's it. Now in the new file, now we're going to play around a bit more with these shapes. I just wanted to make sure that you at least had one out of your one tool out of your out of the straight way that they come. All right, so with that star in hand, star tool, I'm actually gonna it's a new file. So notice that my appearance is empty. It's blank. It's the good old solid white and black line. So I'm going to go to the fill again and give it a fill of some kind. I don't know, make this one orange. And for now, I'm going to, let's leave it at a black 1-point stroke. Okay. So now watch for a second, okay? Just watch this one if you've never done this before. When I click and drag, my star starts to happen. Before I let go, I can twirl it around, make it bigger or smaller. If I pull in or out, I make it bigger or smaller, and I remove my mouse, I twirl around. So when I decide this is what I like, I let go, and that's my star. Now watch. That's one star, it's a generic star. If I click and drag while I'm holding it, okay, I can't let go. There are some tools that I can use to modify this star. So I'm going to go to my keyboard. Remember, it's active. See, I haven't let go yet. It has to be active. My mouse is still pushed down. I go to my keyboard and there are arrow keys on my keyboard. I'm going to go to the up arrow, up, 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 up. And now I'm adding tips to my star. Each time I press up, if I instead go to the down arrow key, I go down, 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 down. I take away stars and I end up with a triangle. So up, 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 down, 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 down. Now, if I go up a lot or hold my mouse down for the arrow, I'm adding a ton and I can get a ton of little tips. All right, I'm going to go down to something again, holding it down a little bit more kind of there. I'm going to make it there. And now I'm finally going to let go of my mouse. Boom. Once I let go of my mouse, that's it. Now these two, I'm going to go back to my move tool. This is the shape that star has. I can't add any more tips to this one or take away tips from this one. That is the shape of my star now. Of course, I could always go with all the tools that I've just shown you and get rid of some or whatever, but it would not be this perfect symmetrical star. If I decide to go and select this with a white arrow tool and grab this anchor and do something like that, I can do that. But it's not like I can add or take away, right? So we're going by the straight stars that come out. And then the next thing I can do, if I click, is notice that just like the appearance, when I click again, the next star I make comes out like the star I just made. I've lost that initial one, and this is my base star now. And without letting go, now I'm going to make this one be a triangle. There we go. So then the next time I try to make a star, a triangle comes out. This is just so that you don't go, whoa, where's my star gone? Well, the last star you made, you did this to it, okay? All right, so if this is working, there's more to this, but I just wanted to say, if this is working for you and you've managed to make, you know, a couple of shapes like this, then give me a yes. If you can't find how to make more tips or less tips or something like that, then give me a no or speak up. Okay, Maria, how can I help you?
Sorry, teacher. I don't know what I
No,
do
I'm
that
good.
just multiply stars. So I have a tons of stars in the same place.
Maybe you are holding down the, yeah. So if you, one thing I haven't shown you guys, but the Alt or Option key gives you duplicates, okay? And I haven't shown you that yet, but if you hold down, select with your selection tool and hold on your Option key, you get little copies of it like that, okay? So
Yes.
maybe that's what's happening.
'Cause
So now,
Mhm.
hold down your star tool. Do
Yes.
not hold on the Option or Alt key at all. What we're doing is the up or down arrow keys. Up, 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 Down,
Only
down,
up
down.
or
So this is
down?
not
Okay. I wasn't sure.
only up or down.
No,
okay.
just move. Okay.
Wow, your VDI is doing something weird. Let me stop and
Yes.
show it to me again. If it keeps
Okay.
being weird, I might ask you to disconnect from VDI and connect again, but just share one more time and let me see.
Could be. Okay. Okay.
Sometimes there might be something that's just
Record.
not because of the plus and minus for zooming in has never not worked. So I'm just, now you're saying this isn't working. There's something on, I'm suddenly thinking it's probably your VDI connection is doing something weird.
Now
Whoops.
you can see or no? I think no.
No, I'm just
Okay.
seeing black. There it
Yes.
is, finally. Okay, so go to your selection tool, the black selection tool. Go ahead and grab all those that are there that have the ones that are made. Now hit delete. We're gonna get rid of it for a moment. Hit delete,
Delete. Okay.
delete key. Yeah, and then this one, since there's so many, okay,
Yeah.
hit delete. Wait. So there's so many. Hit delete for now to get rid of this one.
Okay. Can I?
Grab that little net, yeah, that, and
Okay.
get rid of them all. Okay, so now grab your apple, not your apple, grab your star tool,
Okay.
the star tool. Yeah, no, not the star that exists, the
one.
star
Okay.
tool. There we go. All right, so now click and drag and don't let go of your mouse. Don't let go of your mouse. Okay, now go down to your keyboard, look at your keyboard, and do you see the arrows?
Oh, yay. Okay.
There it
Word.
goes. All right,
Sorry.
perfect. No, but this
For
is
your
why I want people,
picture.
thank you. This is the whole point. I'm surprised if I told people how to use the start tool and no one has a question, then either they're not doing it or right, or something's wrong here because there's always questions about the start tool. Let me see. Daniel, can you show me how to make the star with multiple points? Okay. VDI has been disconnecting throughout the
hold on
class,
a
as
second.
Candace. Yeah, VDI is doing something weird because you're also on VDI, Daniel.
Okay,
You know,
I'm back on.
they had a power outage, a bad power outage yesterday at the main campus. And I know that there are some services that are not up yet today. I don't know if that's affecting VDI. If so, you know, sorry, keep connecting. That's all I can say. Yeah, those of you who have the financial possibilities to pay $40 for 6 months or $80 for a whole year's worth, and you're interested enough by now in this, I would highly recommend buying a subscription and having your own applications. But that doesn't work if you have a Chromebook, and it doesn't work if you have a very, very old computer. Like if you have PCs, you can still make it work. If it's very old, it's just going to be very slow. On a Mac, if you have something that can't update beyond Catalina, you can't work with Creative Cloud. So if you have any questions about that, ask me during break or something, and I can tell you if it's worth it for you to buy it or not. But anyway, yes. So
teacher, I'm sorry,
I-
just a fast ask, quick ask. If I buy the version, it's not
Mhm.
doing more slowly my computer because I share with my boyfriend, but he has a lot of program for music and things for revolving or something like that with videos.
yeah.
And he asked me, it's gonna be very slow and something like that. Just ask.
Well, it's not a bad question to ask. First of all, of course, you would have to use one at a time. So if you use them one at a time, it doesn't matter. If he's using all these music editing video editing programs, close them down and then open up Illustrator, close Illustrator and use your mouse. When computers slow down is if you have everything open at once, right? So then
Okay.
that's a big problem. So
Okay.
definitely take turns and then it's fine. Now, on the other hand, I don't know if his computer is very old. Maybe he's saying that because even with everything closed down, it might be slower, but it won't be slower than VDI.
I don't know, because it have 2 years ago, it's a MacBook Pro.
Oh no, then that's fine. Then that's fine. If you install the Creative Cloud on it, just make sure, and even now for VDI, I make sure everything else is off. And if you're in the internet, that all the other tabs are closed. Like
Okay.
have exclusively one tab, which is VDI open, and have all other applications not running, then you'll do better. So for those of you who are jumping in and out of VDI, this counts for you too. It might be VDI that's doing it, but it also might be that you have too much going on. So thanks for saying that. That's a reminder. Turn everything else off on your computer. Even for people who are not on VDI, these programs take a lot of resources to run. Okay, so you want to make sure to have your computer on its lightest load possible so that all of its energy goes into using Illustrator. All right, great questions. Cool.
I also have a quick question.
Yeah.
Say I wanted to, I'm in the works of starting my own clothing brand, but I did join this class to see what's better, or ask you, what do you think's better to work with, Photoshop or AI if I want to like design clothes and stuff like that?
Well, you mean AI by like artificial intelligence?
No,
When you say AI, or there's
the
another
Adobe Illustrator.
application? Okay. It's so different. I think you should join the Photoshop class too and see the limitations, but to
Yeah.
design from scratch, definitely Illustrator.
Okay.
Photoshop is to modify. Yes, you can design from scratch in Photoshop too, but to stereotype what each one does, Photoshop works on existing photos to modify them and enhance them and create, fantastical things out of it. So that's one thing that you can do with Photoshop. Yes, you have vector tools and you can do a lot of what we're doing here. You can also do in Photoshop, but it's not its forte. There's a ton more Illustrator can do that Photoshop can't, because Photoshop is made in particular to work with pixel or raster based images. So to create from scratch, you can do like an oil painting or something like that in Photoshop. But if you want to create fashion, shapes, models, oh God, I'm drawing the blank, patterns. There we go. The word patterns.
Okay.
For something that you're designing, definitely would be Illustrator. But if you're talking about drawing out something that's a really cool, pair of pants or something, I would still think Illustrator is your best bet. But if you do it in Photoshop, it would have, you could infuse it with more texture and pattern. So my true answer is both. You do part of it in Photoshop and part of it in Illustrator, and you combine them, right? And that's what I'm telling people how to do in the digital design techniques class. I'm telling you how to combine the two or three programs. So yeah, I think that if you're wanting to start a design business with fashion, you should learn all of them and then use which one is appropriate for the moment. Okay,
sounds good. And I have
not that I'm trying to yeah,
I had one more quick question.
I'm saying I'm not trying to drum up more business by telling you guys to take all the classes, but truly when you tell me what you're interested in doing, then I do need to tell you some of these things need more than one application. All right, yeah. Daniel, what's the other question?
So I was a little behind on the star. I did want to know, how exactly did you make that singular star
yeah,
with multiple points?
I'm moving forward on this, so I'm going to show that again. When you click and drag a star, then without letting go, see how it's still active and movable? Don't let go of your mouse at all. And now go to your keyboard and find your arrow keys, the ones that have little arrows that go up and down, and then up arrows adds more and down arrows takes away stars. Okay, tap, 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 take away tips, up, 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 adds tips. Okay.
1 second. I'm trying it right now.
And given that you're on, this is fine on a Chromebook. This should work. So Chromebook does have up and down arrow keys. Okay. All right. Cool. Now, that's one thing, you guys. Now, next cool thing with stars. This is such a blah color for my stars. Let me give it a better color. Let me make this one deep blue star. Okay. Watch. So pay attention first to see what the effect is that I'm about to show you. I'm going to click and drag. Again, the first star that comes up is the last one that I made. But now what I'm going to shift is not the amount of stars. So again, I'm still alive, but I'm going to change the length of the tips or the size of that inner area. Okay, so watch. I'm going to hold down a key, which I'm going to tell you in a minute, first I want you to watch, and I'm stretching the tips out or in. See that? Out or in. What I'm holding down, if you're on a Mac, is the command key. If I'm on the PC, it's the control key. When I have them the length that I want, I let go. Now I have a star that has much longer tips. Notice that I have not changed yet the size of the center. If I were to put this one on top of that, the center is kind of the same size. Well, I can't because of the stacking there. So if I bring this one forward and I hate to hold them to forward. Have I shown you layers yet? I think so. Have I shown you layers yet? Has this group seen layers? I think the first day. Okay. So the center is still very similar. Actually, this is the one that I was using, but the tips length has changed. Now I'm going to move that one over. I want to make it smaller, by the way. And if I grab it from the corner to make it smaller, I distort it. So what do I need to do? This is something I forgot to review. If I want to make it smaller to put it up there, but without distorting it, what should I be doing?
Holding the shift key.
Yes, I'm going to grab the corner and hold the shift key and then make it smaller. So it's the same star, only small, tiny, but to not distort it like that, then I have to do that holding the shift key to make these smaller. I'm kind of making them smaller to stash them up here on top as I show you the different choices. But hold down the shift key and then they get not distorted. Okay, so watch. Now I'm going to do both of the things that I've shown you. I'm going to pull out a star, and again, the star now comes out with long tips. I'm going to make my star very tiny first. But now I'm going to hold down the command key. So by making it tiny, what has become smaller is that center point, right? It's now a little tiny round belly of the star, so to say. But now I hold down my command or control key and pull out my tips. And so now I'm getting a very different shape. But now I'm also going to go over to the arrows and I'm going to add more tips. Right? So now I have a lot of tips with a very tiny center and some long, long strings. Now I let go, and there it is. That's my star. In fact, looks like it's mostly stroke because the fill is so tiny that I only see a tiny little bitty bit of red in there. If I were to take the stroke off, for example, right now, then it would be very tiny little red stars that go down to such a thin tip that it almost feels like it's a gradient, but it's just that it's going to becoming really thin. So you see how with one tool and just a couple of modifier keys, look at all the different shapes that I'm coming up with, okay? Now, the problem when you do something like this, and I'm going to make it small again, is that the next time I'm trying to use that tool, guess what comes out? That. So how do you then make this back to a normal star? Well, first of all, I'm going to go back down to this like small, sorry, I'm going to go down to my command key and make my tips small again, right? Then I let go of my command key and then I make my whole star big. So that's how it's that center point is what I'm modifying. And to make the star center point bigger or smaller, I have to go make it bigger or smaller like this. And then I choose how long I want those tips to be by holding down command or control, right? So maybe now I want to have that happen. And now I'm going to put many more tips to it, right? So in 1 second or another, I can go, now I'm going to let go in between this and this. But it's a matter of modifying how you push or pull. All right. And of course, I can fill it with a radial gradient or other fun stuff like that. But right now, I'm just talking about shapes. If this is working for you, and I definitely expect you guys to have had questions about this one. If it's worked, say yes. If it's not working or you have any questions, say no. And then Jinsu is asking a pretty good question of, can you record actions? No, actions is something we can do in Photoshop, but in Illustrator, we don't have a way to record actions for this. You can do actions under the window. There's a thing called actions. But if you do, and I haven't taught anyone actions, nor will I right now, But the thing about actions is that it won't give you. Okay, actions is going to help you do something repeatedly again and again and again, which is fine if you want to make a star and each time make it go from that to that. But you won't be able to modify it. You will only get that. And what I'm teaching you is how to actually each time get a different star out. Okay, so there's no action to help you do a variety of stuff. An action is something, say that right now I wanted to make all these stars individually be blue and to have 1 point stroke and to have 20% opacity or something like that. Then instead of doing all those, say I want to apply 2 filters to them, I want to do 5 things to them. Well, I can just select it, click an action, and boom, 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 all 5 things will happen at the same time. I see that very useful on some things in Photoshop, but in Illustrator, I've never really been able to think that the actions work, because in Illustrator, you always want to be creating something new or different as far as I'm concerned. And if I want to make all of these at the same time change, I can just select them all, and then suddenly I'll make them all pink in one fell stroke, or I make them all have a yellow stroke that's really big in one fell stroke. So it's not that hard to make the same thing happen to all of them. What is impossible, and I'm going undoing, what's impossible is to have variety with actions. And so yeah, actions are not a good thing for Illustrator. All right, so there's a question. You're not able to make the skinny star with lines. Nope, that's got nothing to do with the Chromebook. So let me show you once again how to do it. Let's grab a star, any star. Oh, and by the way, if you ever have a star that's gone so wild and crazy that you just like, wow, I don't even know how to go back. Some people sit there and hold down the thing, and then we have like literally 500 tips or something like that. And it's like, if it's like bizarre, one solution is to just single click instead of clicking and dragging. Remember, when you single click, you can make a shape the exact numbers that you want. And you can, if you have a number like 2000 tips in here, which you can, then you go back here and you say 5, right? And you say, okay. And then phew, you're kind of back to a 5 tips, and then you start again. Does that make sense? It's kind of like resetting it a little bit for those of you who have like stars that went kind of wacky. All right. So how do I make the thin stars versus the, like, this is a tiny interior with long tips, and this is a fat interior with short tips, right? How do I go from here to here? One more time. I'm gonna bring out a star, whichever star I have, and then the center, consider the center. If I could draw a circle on this star, and the center would be, what's changed, forget the tips. What's changing is the size of that center right now when I do this or that, right? So if you want a center that's really tiny, like the one with the skinny lines, you would have to make the really, really tiny. So now I have a really tiny center. You following? Now, once I have a really, really tiny star, so the center is tiny, now you hold down either Command or Control. And this one, the Chromebook does have. It doesn't have the Option key that works, but the Command or Control works. So in your case, hold down the Control key. Now, pull your mouse open, and then you get your skinny ones. Now, this looks a bit like an alien because I have very few stars. But now, again, without letting go, I'm going to now add some tips to this one, and then I'll let go. Okay, so there, that's my to be star. Did it work this time? Now, if it didn't work, I'm going to ask people to start sharing their screens. But let me tell you, for those for whom it did work and you're all good, what I want you to start doing now as an exercise while I'm helping people is go ahead and make a couple different stars, change their colors, start stacking them up, and make something that's interesting or funky or something like that. Remember that I said I showed in the Padlet. Where's the Illustrator Padlet over here? I kind of showed this that Shelly had done, where I said, see, when you start stacking different shapes and things with colors, you can get some really fascinating shapes. You can do this with the stars too. So for those of you who are just kind of waiting, start to try to create with this variety of tools that I've just shown you. Start to try creating some variety in your, make one shape, right? What I'm trying to say is make one, make different stars, different colors, gradients, whatever it takes, put them together. But the one thing I haven't shown you yet, and then I'm going to go help people individually, is that how do you stack them up correctly? Well, if I want to try to put this one on that, how do I know that it's in the actual center, right? Well, there's a tool called the alignment tools right here. And if I were to select this one, that's way out there, shift and this one. If I go over here to this alignment tools, I can center horizontal and center vertical, and they will align perfectly. So I'm going to click center horizontal and center vertical. And at this point, they didn't perfectly align. Oh, interesting. They should have perfectly aligned. All right. I don't know if they did.
Yeah, mine didn't either.
These center and center. These two did. These are perfect. You can't see the bottom one, but they're perfectly aligned. These little tips may have confused them. And I set these two, center and center. It's working for those two, but not for the tippy ones. Okay, and then go to the layers and remind me, I did show you layers already, didn't I, in this class, the first day? People who are new to this class, who are doing it just today for the first time, did I show you layers?
Yeah, you did. The
You
first
did,
day.
okay. So you go to your layers, and if I want that blue one to be on top, I can just grab this blue one and drag it up above, and so now it appears on top, and then I go, well, yeah, that's fine, but I want it bigger, hold down the shift key. And grab it and make it a bit bigger, right? And then realign it or stuff like that. Okay, so you guys play around with that kind of stuff while I help people who need to keep working on changing their shapes. Okay, so I'm letting Libby in, and all right, so Danielle, did you want to share your screen?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's see.
And Vera, were you able to go skinny to fat now? Or do you still
I'm
need help
still
with that?
trying.
Okay, well, after Danielle, I'll ask you to share your screen, and then I want to by the way, it's not so much about a star we're making. This is showing you there's many shapes that we modify with these tools. So I'm just using the star for that, but it's good to know. You go and try the polygon. You can add more corners to it, et cetera, et cetera. So keep do know that this goes beyond just the star. Okay, so you know what, here on the far right, you still have a window that says okay or not okay, and if that's there, you'll never be able to continue. So go and click okay on that to get out of the way. Yeah, when the dialog box is asking you to answer, your whole computer doesn't do anything until you actually pay attention to the dialog box. Okay, so now let's go to the next page, to the second page, just so that I can see well what you're doing. Put your mouse on the second page and just click and drag and begin to draw a star, and don't let go. Okay, and now what you said that the control key wasn't working, or what was your question?
I wasn't sure how to make a star,
Make
but
it.
I guess I did it here, right? Or this one?
Yeah, it's there. You want to make it a fat regular star again?
Yeah, I'm trying to press control,
Okay, so
but it's not.
No. It's when it's done, it's done. You let go of it, it's done. You can't modify it. You cannot.
Okay.
It's only when you're making it, okay? So now, click and drag and begin a star, and do not let go.
Okay.
Okay, so click and drag and begin a star. Okay, do not let go of your mouse. Now hold the control key,
Mm-hmm.
and now keep pulling out. Did you let go of your mouse?
No.
No. Okay, now holding down the control key, keep dragging outwards with your mouse, and your tips will get longer.
Not sure if my screen froze.
Yeah, your screen did freeze. It's a bit too much. It's for VDI on a Chromebook and sharing your screen. This star tool takes a lot of energy from your computer's brain because it has so many points. So go ahead and, yeah. So it looks like you're working on a new one, either that or the computer's glitching. Let's go ahead and
Yeah, it's weird. I'm
yeah,
pressing
it's
control and it's like,
frozen.
yeah.
Yeah, it's frozen. So let's do this. Oh, there, it's kind of working. Yeah, there it is. But now it went back to the middle. I'm gonna just have to demo it again then, because I can't seem to, the share isn't happening. It's getting all frozen. So let me see if I have someone else that needs help, and when I help them, keep paying attention and let's see if we can make it work. So Vera, do you want some help with that?
Yes, please. Let me figure out how
Okay,
to.
want to share your screen? Okay, so you click the green share screen button and then you go to the right, bottom right of that screen and you click share again. Perfect. All right, good. So
Right.
you're probably stuck in that you're probably stuck in that funky star now, right? If you
I'm
try to
stuck
make
in the,
another one.
Here's what happens. This star is what I did. This one had option with it, but I can't make it stay that way.
Yeah. So since the last one you made is the skinny long star, when you try to make another one, it'll come out that way. You can't modify the one that's done. You have to make a new one. So I'm going to show you how to make a new one. Go ahead and click and drag in some of the whiter space. Go down a bit lower, click and drag, and don't let go of your mouse now. Okay, don't let go of your mouse. Okay, now go ahead and push your mouse in so that it becomes a very small star. Okay, good. Now let go. Are you doing the control key perchance? No.
No.
I forgot to tell you to do that. Okay, don't do anything. Make it bigger again. I need to see, just pull out to make it bigger. Okay, now hold down the control. You're on a Mac or on a
Right.
PC.
Command.
Okay, hold down the control or command key, whichever you are. Hold it down. Now move your hands in, all the way in, mouse in. Now let go of the control or command key and now pull out again. Ah, no, don't let go of your mouse. Never let go of your mouse until you're done. Let's start again. Okay, so see now you've made it. Yeah, so now pull out, pull out, pull out, pull out. Okay, now hold down your command or control key.
Is it command or control?
All the
Either
well,
one.
are you Mac or PC? I didn't
Mac.
understand if you're a Mac or a PC. Mac,
Mac.
then it's command. Mac always is command. PC is always control. When I don't remember what computer you have, I say both. Command or control are always going to be
Okay. Here's
opposites
command.
for one mode or another. Command. Okay,
Oh.
so now let go of the command key now.
Yeah.
And now pull all the way in with your mouse. Oh, I forgot. No, pull it out again. You actually have to, I'm getting confused with the corner. Hold down the command key now. Hold down the command key. And now pull in. There you go. Now let go of the command key, not the mouse. And now pull out again. Now you got back to having a regular. Now, if you want to add more tips to it, go to the up and down arrows when you're done with the shape you want. So you have to kind of go in and out to make the center bigger or smaller. And you have to hold down command or control key if you want to make your tips longer or shorter. Okay, so the command or control is for the tips. The just bigger or smaller is to make that center point change. Okay, so now if you were to want to make those tips more tippy, you would hold down the command key and pull out. Okay, if you want it less tippy, hold down the command key and pull them in. Okay, so that's just the tippiness, right? And then when you want to change the size of that center point, let go of the command key and now bring it in to make it smaller. No, now you're still holding the command key. Okay, so without the command key, we were trying to make it smaller. Okay, and now that you have the center point smaller without the command key. If you pull out, it'll just get much bigger. It's a matter of practicing. Just consider this. In and out has always made things bigger. So with nothing touching, just your mouse, it gets bigger or smaller. So when you get something bigger or smaller, invariably that center roundness of the star is going to get bigger or smaller. So that's going to control how big or not the center point is. And then when you want the stars to get tips to get tippier or not, that's when you use either the command key for the Macs or the control key for the PCs. Okay.
Sounds good.
When you let go of your mouse, that's it. When you go of your mouse, boom, that's the star you have. Okay. So
Thank
the
you.
biggest difference, you're welcome. So the biggest difference there, and let me just share for a second, when I say the center point of the star, it seems almost like I'm not being very, very clear. I mean this, and I'm going to make a little circle there. This is what I mean by this center point of the star here, so to say. Okay. In this case is, actually, let me make it bigger. In this case is big. And then if I move it over here, the center point of that star is even bigger. But if I move it to this one, the center point is really small. So that is what I mean by the center point. This center point of this one here is really big. It's about that big. See what I mean? And so that's what I mean, that center point. When the inner tips touch, that's that center area. That's what modifies when you make it bigger or smaller. Okay, when you just grab a star and make a star bigger or smaller, bigger or smaller. See how that center point is getting really big or really small. Now I have such tippy tips that it's hard to see it move much. So I'm going to make my tippy tips less tippy. So for that, I hold down the command key for Mac or the control key for the PC. I've made my tippy tips less tippy, let go of the command or control key, and now I'm just making the center area bigger or smaller, which really means that the whole star gets bigger or smaller, right? So that's the modification. I'm not holding anything down, making it bigger or smaller. Holding something down, making tips bigger or smaller. Okay, so that's kind of like the two things that I've been showing you. I'm going to move these over here. If anyone has anything cool to share with me that you want to show me, please do so. If you just don't want to show me, but you have finished this exercise, please do a screenshot of this whole thing wherever you're at, and then we're going to use that to post it onto the, we're going to post that to the Padlet. I'm going to just screenshot this whole thing that we're at right now, and the link for the Padlet is, put it up here in the chat.
Me.
There we go. All right, so Maria.
Yes. Oh, teacher, I don't know what did I pick it, so I'm gonna show you.
Yeah, go ahead and share.
Let me show you this one. I don't know
Oh,
what.
yeah.
Happened?
Yeah,
What happened?
don't worry. I know, don't worry. Go up to the very top where it says File, Edit Objects, and go to View. Oops, not there, but there to that view.
Yes.
Yeah, click on View, and then say, click on where the word Preview,
Oh my God.
and there you go.
Thank you.
You were just seeing only the paths without the fill. So you just shifted the view, and at some point you could do it with a shortcut, and you probably inadvertently press that shortcut and switch to that mode. So
Thank
yeah,
you. Thank you so much.
Good place to freak out. All right.
I know.
Anyone else have a question? Let me just share what happened, what she did. And it's easier if I'm going to share my entire screen, because the problem with sharing with a Mac is that on a Mac, the tools that she had right here on a Mac are way up there. So on a PC, the File, Edit Object are right here above the application. But on a PC and a Mac, you have to go all the way to the top where it says the word Illustrator next to the apple. And you can go to View and you can see things in outline mode, which is what she had, or in preview mode. And the shortcut is just Command Y. So if per chance you didn't do it on purpose, but hit the Command Y without noticing, then you ended up in that mode. Okay, so I just showed you how to get out of it, but that's just, sometimes you just want to just see the paths and just see your shapes, and you're just trying to, there's many reasons or not to be doing that, but no, that's what that is. But it's scary when it happens and you go, well, what happened? All right. Okay. I need a show of hands of yeses if everyone has been able to modify their stars. I'm not expecting complete control yet, but I'm expecting that by now there's some stars. And let me change my screen to be just the applications again instead of my entire window. All right. And remember, it's been a while since you guys have posted to Padlet, so just really quickly, I'm going to go over to the Padlet, and what we're going to do is click on this little plus sign right there. If you have the photo on your desktop and you can just drag it in, go for it. Otherwise, go look for it by clicking on this arrow and look for it through the Finder. And then we're going to say open and bring it in. Okay. And then you can write over here how you modified, you know, it's like modifier keys, command or control to, it's not very technical to say make stars, make tips longer, more tippy, so matrix longer or shorter. And the up and down arrow keys to add or take away amount of tips. Okay.
Deanna, when you're aligning, am I supposed to align to selection or to artboard, because they jump all over the place? I just wanted to align.
Yeah, the selection.
Right. The selection.
Yeah, the selection. Because if you align to the artboard, I mean, if you have, say, this here, right, and you tell it to align, this is what she's asking, to the artboard over here, align to artboard, then when you say center, centered vertical and centered horizontal, then it aligned to the art. Well, maybe that's what's happening. By default, it was on set on align to, we should have an align to selection. Now when I select these two, and I move them over here so you can see, maybe because you guys were aligning to artboard, if I now say align to selection, and now I go center and center. Why? And I still don't understand. It's happening only on the very tippy stars. On the other ones, it's aligning correctly. But why, if these two are selected, why? It works for every other shape in the world.
You know,
Center.
it was strange. I had to go into my layers and actually click on not just the layer, but all the items in the layer. And then it worked. For some reason, that was the only way I could get it to line up.
And in terms of layers,
Bizarre.
is there any way we could get a quick refresher on how to adjust the way?
Yeah. I'll work on layers though. That's true. I told you that I was doing review on everything, but I forgot to do reviews on that. Let me go and do that for a second. So go ahead and put a bunch of your stars on top of each other or shapes on top of each other for a minute so that we can practice the layers again. So you don't need to have so many, but put your stars on. Now, unfortunately, these are all very similar in colors, so it's kind of hard to to give you this example. That's why usually when I give an example, I make many different colors, but that's okay. What I'm going to do is over here, I'm going to select, okay, where the layers are right now is to the right of the properties layer, okay? So if I click away and have nothing selected, and I'm in my layers path, if I recognize the star that I want, I can select it by, so say that I want the triangle, that's very distinct. I can't tell here where the triangle is. I can select it by clicking on this little ball. Boom. So my triangle, wherever it is, which is down there, it got selected. But what if I wanted that triangle to be above everything? I can grab this from here and drag it up to the top. And now I have made my triangle be on top of everything. Okay. So again, I'm going to go and give different shapes, different colors. So I'm going to give this star, see, I've selected it by clicking on that. I'm gonna go to properties and make it be bright yellow. Okay. I'm gonna go to layers and I'm gonna select this this star. And go to properties and make it bright pink. Just it's down there somewhere, but I can't even see it. So if I want to see it, I'm going to grab it and I'm going to drag it up. And there it is. It was small and down there. You see that? So now I'm going to go and grab this one. And I'm going to go to the properties. I'm trying to give it different colors just to make it easier for us to see that we're seeing them. There it is, way down there. And now I'm going to drag it to the top. Okay, so this selects the shape and this drags it to the bottom, to the middle, to the top, whatever you want. The only reason I'm changing their colors is specifically so for this assignment, so to say, we can understand what we're working with. Let me get this one to be a blah brown. There it is, there's my blah brown. Okay, so now I'll put it wherever I want it to be. So now, in this, it's still down at the bottom. So it came up a bit, but not to the top. Now I've brought it up a little bit more, but not up to the top. Now I'm bringing it up 2 more, but not up to the top. And I'm now leaving it at the very top. And there it is at the top. Okay. So I'm just moving them in whatever order I want. All right. Did that work? That little primer on layers and positioning. I'm going to drag them all out a little bit again to have our individual bits and pieces, but there we go. All right. Let's go ahead and move forward with some new stuff. If you guys tried it like with the polygon, I'm just going to do it really quickly, but the polygon tool, for example, also allows me to add or take away amounts of sides with the up and down arrow, but there's not much it can do with the command or control because the polygon sides are polygon sides. You can twirl it, okay, and give it more or less corners, and we turn it into an octagon or an or at the very least, you can also get a square or a rectangle. The least amount of thing you can get is a triangle out of everything, and then back to a square or back to a pentagon, hexagon, heptagon, and all those different names. As I said, these are all the shapes we have in this essentials mode. There's other shapes where other stuff happens, but for now, that's good enough. When you come upon other shapes, you'll see that they can be modified with this. Now, second page, because now it gets a bit more interesting. Well, that was interesting, but this gets differently interesting. Let's go ahead. And by the way, we haven't saved any of this, which if we have any kind of glitch, we'll be losing them. So let's go ahead and do a little save, especially if you're on VDI. You're going to have to remember how to save. So I'm going to actually save this one really quickly because it's not on VDI. It's on my computer, so I'm going to put it on my computer. And then I'm going to show you VDI people. If you forgot how to save, I'll show you how to save. So this is where I'm going to put this one, and I'm going to call this one Star Shapes Practice, for example. And then this other one, Review, or whatever you want to call it. But for those of you who are on VDI, let me walk you through how to save. I have not been using my VDI, but let's say that I had something here. And I'm making a, whoops. Let's make a smaller one here to start with. And give it a color so we can see it. Okay, so if I want to save this file for VDI users, we're going to go say File Save. You will still say save on your computer. But then here on the left side, we're going to head over to Google Drive. If you save it on your VDI computer that you are, you won't have access to it unless you're on VDI and you'll lose it. But if you save it on Google Drive, then you can retrieve it from Google Drive. So you're going to find your Google Drive, then you're going to click on My Drive, which is your own personal drives. Okay. And then over here, I think I had you already make a folder called Illustrator Class Files. If you did that, good. If you, I'm going to go look for the alphabetical order. There it is. Nope, these are my summer. So maybe I didn't have you guys make one here. But if you didn't make one yet, then click on New Folder. And then let's call this one Illustrator. I'm gonna call it, for me, it matters which class it is. For you, if it's the one and only class, you can just call it Illustrator. Class practice or something like that. And then practice. And then you can hit return or say open, and then you can save it in there. So this was a preview. Okay.
Whenever I
you're
go to
basically-
new folder, it says this is no longer located in this PC. Verify the items located and try again.
Yeah, so you can't, when you go to do your new folder, make sure you can't, you are in your Google Drive,
Yeah, I'm
My
on.
Drive, then it'll,
Let me see.
okay, share your screen.
1 second.
All right. All right, so you're saving Illustrator My Drive, double click My Drive. You need to be inside of it, so double click My Drive. You can't save out here. The My Drive is not
Okay.
there, huh? So go back to Google Drive. There you go. Now you're able to create your folder.
Got it. Stop
Illustrator,
sharing.
and then you'll be able to save it in it. Yeah, I'll stop you. You go ahead and make your folder. Okay, yeah. The Google Drive in itself, you can't be shared into. You have to choose which drive inside the Google Drive. And the one that's shared is mine, and it's locked. You guys can't save into the sample files, but your drive, My Drive, is your own. You can unlock that one. All right, everything is good. Is before we embark on something totally different, let me know how you're doing. I'm looking at the time, and at the beginning, I think we all agreed that it's a long class, that you wanted one long break instead of two, right? Or am I wrong? Because at this point, I'm heading towards 11:30 as a long break. So if I was wrong and you guys had wanted two, then I
think it
skipped
was
over that
2.
already. We had decided 2 short ones.
I believe.
Ouch.
I'm not sure.
Can we guys do a little vote again, just so that I can decide? Well, too late now, because
Well,
I've already
this way we
kinda-
can have lunch. We can have lunch.
I've already kind of, to do 2, that would be at around 11:30-ish. So we can stop now if you guys want and come back before we embark on something new. And then have a little bit longer afternoon. Would you guys prefer that? Yes, no, maybe? Give me yeses if you want to stop now. Okay, I saw a couple of thumbs up, and I'm seeing 4 yeses. 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we're gonna leave. We're gonna come back to this file. In fact, make sure then, if we're taking a break, that you have done your screenshots and that you've been able to post them. And then, yeah, and that you've saved your file. So this is a great time to just stop. Let me look at the time. 11:08. So it's 11:09 actually, so I want to say 15 minutes, since I only given you one. Let's do 20. So 20 minutes. Let's be back by 11:30, and then we're gonna go all the way to the end. Is that gonna work? All right, so be back by 11:30 a.m. All right, you don't need to disconnect or anything. All you need to do is just I'm muting you all, so turn off your videos and stuff, and then I'll see you in 21 minutes. Bye. All right. Is everyone back? Oh, some people in.
I'm here.
Okay. Clean your answers from before and give me a little yes, or turn on your videos if you're around, just so I see who's in town, who's back from break. Okay. So if someone else has something to add to the Padlet, please don't forget to do so. I just wanted to do a quick share. Two things that I just noticed in the Padlet when I was looking at it during the break. And first of all, as usual, it'll be something that Saul has shared over here, which this is what we're all doing. And then with some other tips and tricks, if you read the instructions here, he's done some other really awesome, funky stuff. So thank you so much, Saul, for putting up those tutorials. Yeah.
I was just going to
Somebody
say it wasn't
something?
it wasn't popping up on your screen, but it's there. Never mind.
Oh, did it? Okay. And then one thing that he posted that I want to remind you guys is that these classes are certificates, and he just posted his badge from the newsletters and magazines certificate. This is Saul again. So don't forget that when you complete the series of classes that complete each certificate, you can get not only a digital badge, which is he posted, but you can also get a nice little paper, thing that you put in a frame. You need to just go to the front office and tell them, hey, I've completed these 3, and I think there's a paper you can track or something, and they look and see, and then they give you the certificate. So that's it. And then over here, Moni, who went ahead and did some fun stuff with her shapes. See, we're getting near Christmas, so if you guys want to make your Christmas cards or little, if you celebrate Christmas and you want to make little gift cards or tags or whatever, how cool is that, right? Anyway, so let me see. Oh, here I see some new stuff that you guys have posted. Okay, awesome. Back to Illustrator. Here we go. Oh, that's me telling my phone telling me to give you guys a break because it's 11:30, but we've already taken a break. So let's go ahead and figure out what else we can do with these basic shapes. So first of all, let's go ahead and head back to the ellipse tool. And in fact, since this one we did call Star Shapes Practice, we might want to actually create a new file, because what we're going to do isn't a basic shapes practice anymore. So it might be better to create a new one. So we're in Command N or Control N to create a new file, or go up to File, New. And then again, we're just going to say okay to the default settings, which is 5x5 with 3. And let's start from 0. That way we can later name this file for what we're doing now. Okay, so let's head over to the tools and let's get an ellipse tool, and then in the properties, let's give it, I don't know, I'm going to give it a bright color. And for now, yeah, let's give it a stroke. Let me make it be even brighter. I usually use these really bright colors in class so that you can see what happens. I don't know, 4-point stroke or something like that. And then we're going to make a circle. Now, remember that if you want to make a perfect circle, you have to hold down the Shift key when you're making it. But this is important. A lot of people then let go of their mouse, and then it goes back to being an oval. So if you want to have it stay like a circle, you need to first let go of, no, sorry. Instead of, you don't want to let go of your Shift, you want to first let go of your mouse. Then it stays, okay? Because if you're pulling out a circle, you hold down the Shift key to make it into a circle, and then you let go of your Shift key, it goes back to being whatever shape it should be. That Shift is what forces it to be a circle, okay? So once again, let's try to make a actual circle in about half of the screen over here. And if you made it in some other place, now let go of the mouse first, and then you have your perfect circle. If you made it in the middle or some other place and you're trying to make it there, delete that and let me show you, if or you didn't, never mind, delete what you got and let me show you one other way to make circles. Because when you make a circle, like this, you don't really know where it's going to end up because it kind of starts where you click and then it drags out and it's kind of hard to know where it'll end up. So one way to make a circle when you know exactly what the center point of it will be that when you're making it, you hold down the Option key or Alt key. So then when you make it, it makes itself from its center point, okay? Instead of like dragging it out like that, you hold down the Option key. It's the center point where it's made from. And then on top of that, you hold down your Shift key and you get the perfect circle. Okay, so that's just options. You don't have to do all of these versions, but it helps to remind you how to get different things done. I do want a perfect circle though, so the Shift key I do need. Whether you just do the option or no, that's up to you. I'm not seeing, normally there's more people with videos on, which I just want to make sure that you're there. So if you're there and your video is off, that's fine. But then give me a good old yes. I want to know who's here. So if you're here, give me a yes. Okay. Thank you, Veria, for always having your computer, your video on. I don't want to make everyone put their videos on, but when I see no videos on, I don't know if I'm speaking to this black room or something, and I need to make sure that there's someone receiving the message to the other side. All right. And if it's uncomfortable for you to turn it on, please don't. But for those for you who you can, it's definitely a happy moment to have you guys have it on. Okay, so here you have one perfect circle. One thing that if you want to make a perfect copy of this, it'll be hard to make another perfect circle that's identical in size and shape. So for those of you who know about copy paste, we can go the good old copy paste mode. Shortcuts, copy paste. Let me show you it. It works. Command C, Command V, I'm sorry, and it will deposit itself in the middle of the screen. That's fine. I'll show you a more efficient way. You can do that. But if instead of Command C, Command V, and forget it if you have to go all the way to the top and say File, Copy, File, Paste, that's not efficient at all. But if you want to do a copy, a quick copy, let me go up bigger. Look at my mouse. What happens if I hold down the Option or Alt key? Option, when I say Option or Alt, on the Mac it's called the Option, on the PC it's called the Alt, but it's the same exact key. And in fact, if you look at the key on the Mac, it has both names. It says Option in the bottom, Alt on top. On the PC, it's only called Alt. So when I hold the Option or Alt key, see how my mouse turns into two little arrow tips? That means that I'm about to duplicate something. So hold down the mouse, get your two arrow tips, and then just click and drag. And out comes an exact copy. I'm going to do that again. Just select it, hold down the Option key, and then just drag, and you're dragging out an exact copy. That's the best and most efficient way to make a copy. Now, I don't want any kind of copy. I want a copy that's sitting on the exact same line. So remember that we always talk about that Shift constrains, right? As much as it gave us the circle and the perfect square, if I hold down the Option to duplicate and Shift at the same time, actually, first you have to get the copy going. So not at the same time. First you have to get your copy going. So you click and drag. But if I now hold down the Shift key, see how it kind of forces it to be on the exact same line? I'm letting go and on the Shift key. So I made my copy. Okay, first of all, hold down the Option key, drag out your copy. But then if you want to put it on the exact same line, either you pay attention to those little green, pink lines, the smart guides, or you hold down your Shift, and then you don't need to pay attention because it can only go in that direction. So I'm going to go ahead and put it somewhat like there, just so that I have an overlap, an intersect. In fact, if I select both, you'll see that the intersection is there, and it forms this kind of like a leaf shape. And that's what I want. I'm going to grab both and center them a little bit more. And what I want is a nice little intersection right there. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. And once you have these two shapes and all is good, I'll continue. But stop me if you don't have them, because this is the building, the base piece of what we're going to be building today. So if you didn't get this identical, like if you have it a little bit off, a little bit in, a little bit out, the shape is a little bit different, it's not going to work well, okay? So make sure that you got it this way by duplicating, holding down your Shift key, and then putting it somewhere over there. where you're gonna look and see, okay, I got like that kind of a shape there. If it's not the shape you want, you went too far or went too little, just hold down the shift key again before you move it, right? So that if you move it in and out because you want a bigger, maybe you left too little intersection or something, then hold down the shift key and you'll keep moving it always in that mode where you have a good intersection. All right, is everyone with me? If it's not working, give me a no. I'm not going to ask you to give me a yes. I'm assuming a yes at this point, but if you're not, then give me a no. And yeah, that's fine. Daniel, I see that the crash is happening. Don't worry. Thanks for trying. I'll wait for you. When you're ready and up again, let me know and I'll help you make these two basic circles again. All right, good. Now let's change the fill color of one of them. I'm going to make it the other way around. I'm going to make a green fill and I don't know, a blue stroke. I don't care what the colors are. I just want something very different so we can really, really see that these are two, not like a subtle tone of orange. We're going really different because we want to see what happens with the colors with what we're going to do next. All right, let's save this file, by the way, that way it's already saved. I'm going to save this file and we're going to call this one the shape building. Let's call it shape building. So now we're going to begin to create a whole other kind of set of shapes based on these original base primitive shapes. So we're going to start with this setup of two. And first thing we need to do, there's so many different ways to build upon shapes. So I'm going to show you one of the ways. Later, when we feel comfortable with the ways, I can show you some other ways. But right now, first thing we need to do is when you want to build upon a shape, you're going to do it with two or more shapes. So both of them have to be selected to start anything. If you select only one, nothing will work. You're going to select both. And remember how I said, you don't need to go all the way around. You can just do this. Boom, that selects both of them. Okay. Or if you shift, click, shift, but the problem with clicking, shift, clicking is that you might move it inadvertently and then we mess it up. So I kind of like this better because it's clean. You don't touch them and yet you select both of them, right? Okay. So with both selected, just watch for a second, the tool that I'm going to show you right now. Let me go somewhere in between here. Down here on the left side, if we go down from the brush tool, the eraser tool, there's the gradient tool we used once, and right above the gradient tool, in between the eraser and the gradient tool, there's this thing that has two little circles. And if you hover over it, it's called the shape builder. Okay, so we're going to click on the shape builder tool. Now notice that my shape builder tool by default comes in this like plus sign mode. See how it has a little plus under this arrow? So now watch what's going to happen. Just watch for a second. As I go over one of the shapes, see how this portion of the shape becomes kind of cross-hatched. If I go over the intersection there, it's cross-hatched. If I go over, I'm not clicking, I'm just hovering over this one, it cross-hatches. It's like it's dividing this two shapes into three pieces, right? It's that piece, this piece, or that piece. Well, let's see how this tool works. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and click from here to there. So I'm just crossing the entire thing. And when I let go, what has happened here? I went from having two shapes to just one. This is like uniting the shapes. So now I have a single shape. The stuff that was there, the rest has completely disappeared. So there's no more than this there. What else happened? Let me just show this to you again because something else very obvious happened. Hello?
It took the color of the first.
Yeah, if you look at the original layers, let me undo. The bottommost layer, right? It was the orange one. And so when I did this, the layer right now, one color had to, you can't have one shape with two colors. Now it had to do also with which one had been created first. Usually it takes on the color of the top one. So if I go over here and go in that direction, it doesn't make a difference. It's not about what direction it is, it's which one has been created first. Now, someone said it took the color of the green layer. So there's always somebody or someone for whom things are working differently. So I'm not sure why. But if you look at the layers there, your green is on top and your orange is in the bottom, and it took on green. All right, well, I don't know.
Mine's not working.
Okay, have you selected both shapes to start with? Because it wouldn't work if you only have one shape. So you need to select both shapes. That tends to be the first problem. I always just relate to you what the first ones are. And then if it's a different problem, we'll talk. And then you grab the tool and you go right across all three. All three,
Okay,
because it's three like textured parts, even though it's two shapes. All right, good. Now, we're gonna undo that because we're gonna keep seeing other things this can do. And once it's one shape, we're done. It's one shape, right? So Command or Control Z to go back to having the original one. And now let's actually drag only from here to here. So
what if I don't have command? I don't know how to go back.
You're on a PC, so it's you're on in a Chromebook, it's the control key.
Okay.
Okay, so it's control and then tap the Z. Okay, so now we're going to select and only cross over these two. That's it. And initially it kind of, if it weren't for the stroke, it might not look like, it might look almost like what happened is that the orange went on top of the green, but it didn't. Look at the shape that happened here. What happened is that this little intersecting piece, okay, became part of the orange one, but it got cut out of the green one. In fact, I'm going to just go back to my selection tool for a second and click and drag and show you I've cut out a little chunk. Does that make sense? You can see it happen in here in the layers that the shape has changed. So it's like I joined these two shapes, but I ended up cutting it out of this one. I'm going to do Command Z a couple of times so that we go back to the beginning and do that again. All I did was join this orange piece, and I'm taking a piece of the green away and having it join the orange. And then now I get to do that. Okay, I'm going to undo and undo. But also, when I do that, undo here, keep undoing, undoing. And then I'm going to do, I'm sorry, I forgot to select them both first. When you undo one too many, it deselects. So if you do one too many, you have to go and reselect. Now watch, I'm going to do the same thing, but this time I'm going to hold down the Option key. Remember that I always tell you, and when you have a plus sign, if you don't have it, if you hold down the Shift key, that becomes plus, like Shift is plus, it adds stuff. But if you want to take away or do the negative, the opposite of something, you hold down the Option or Alt key. So here is where you might be in trouble, Daniel, because you don't have the Option or Alt key. I'll show you a plan B for you. But for now, I'm going to hold down the Option or Alt key, get the little minus on my tool. And now I'm going to go ahead and over any one of these pieces that I don't want, I'm going to hit minus, right? So I click and drag across this, and then I get that. I'm going to undo, click and drag across these two. Then I get only the chunk out piece. I've deleted the rest. Click and drag across these two, and then I get that. I'm going to undo. What if I click and drag across this and then click drag across that, and then I get only the intersection. Okay, so play around with that a little bit, you guys. Keep going back because you need to keep going back to your entire piece with a Command or Control Z to go back. And then if I were to just go ahead and go crazy and just delete everything, it all disappears, which isn't the point. But you can make different parts join. So what if instead I only do the minus and I only drag across the middle? Well, there you go. Now I've deleted the intersection, and now I have two independent pieces. Okay, so if all of this in one way or another is working and it makes sense to you, give me a good old yes. I'm not sure, I looked up and there's yeses from before. Since I hadn't asked anything, I'm going to even empty them out. Give me a yes if this shape builder tool, you were able to add, or take away parts and pieces of it. If it's not working for you, because you don't have the option key, Daniel,
Yeah.
then there's another way to get those tools. And I'm wondering if, let me just go to the VDI version. Hold on. To show you in VDI. Here's my VDI. So over here, if I have my 2 circles, right? So I'm going to go with this one.
Yeah.
It is so much slower. I'm holding on the shift key and it's not giving me a perfect circle. It just begins to glitch out. There we go. Now I'm going to make this be a copy. Yeah. VDI is being very glitchy right now. I'm going to give it another color just for ease's sake. Okay. So now when I select both, notice that when I select that tool right there, and yeah, actually I have things open from before. When I select this tool,
Yeah.
oh, in the you know what? In the essentials mode, it's not giving me the tools up there that it used to give me. Huh. So let me just show you what I mean. In the non-essentials mode, when you select that tool, I would have some choices up here for that tool. But now I don't have that, and that would have allowed me to put it in minus or plus mode, but it's not giving me now. Huh. Okay, so I'm going to show you plan C then. Let me go back to essentials. So I'm showing you the shape builder tool is really useful because it makes it easy to have it, you know, on pinpoint. But there was another set of tools that I wasn't about to show you, that I'll show you because VDI people with Chromebooks don't have the Option or Alt tool, which is I went back to 0. And instead of the path, I mean, you can have the Pathfinder tool not, or you can have the Move tool. It doesn't matter because we're not going to use that. Down here on the properties panel, you have something here that says Pathfinder. That's similar to what we're doing, but in panel mode, so to say. So if I click on these two, they have united. Okay, I'm going to Command or Control Z to undo that. Then if you click on this one, it's going to get rid of the one that's in front. So I managed to get a little cut there. Command or Control Z to undo that. This will give me the intersection, which is that final step we got to. And then I'm going to do Command or Control Z again. Or this one will empty out the intersection and will give me only the 2 little bits.
So when I try to press the one that it takes off the both sides, it says the filter produce no results. Please select 2 overlapping paths.
Yeah, you need to first have them selected. So first make sure you select both of your shapes, otherwise nothing happens. Then go and click on the one that has it too. Try them all, but there you go. So guys, this is for everyone. This is another way to get, it's not the same, and I don't want to get into the technicalities. There is a different thing that happens to the paths, but for the most point, at this point, our goal is to end up with this shape. So that's okay. For this situation, that's the same solution. That's the same motion, so to say. Okay.
So when you say that I should have them clicked, that's like
Okay, so share me your screen. You basically have to start with your selection tool. And when you have your selection tool in hand, then you have to somehow select both of the circles. Otherwise, there's nothing to unite or take away. So 2 circles have to be selected in order for this to work. All right, so
yeah. I believe they're both selected.
yeah, let me see. It's not resolving yet. There we go.
This
So
means
no,
they're
because you still have
selected.
you have this, no, what you have is the Pathfinder tools. So go ahead and go back up to use the other tool that I'm talking about. You need to go back and use the regular selection tool. Go all the way back to the black selection tool. This one works only in the positive sense for you, but you can't hold down the Option key to get the minus. So go up, and on your tools on the left side, you need to grab the Move tool, the black tool, the one on the left, is your like basic tool. Yep. Okay, so now you have both selected. I think you've already broken them up though. All right, yeah, I think you've broken them up, but okay, select them again. You seem to have deselected. Yeah, you know why I know you've broken them up? Hold on. Because we are seeing the path on the other side. So you're gonna have to undo. They're not two individual circles right now, which is why before you couldn't get an intersection. So you need to go and undo your steps. You guys, you see how come I know that it's been broken to? Because you can see the middle shape is outlined. And normally when you overlap two circles, you would only see one behind the other. But the fact that we see the paths of both, that means that he's already managed to separate them with his Pathfinder tool. So now down there, when you're saying intersect, it's not intersecting because you right now have three distinct shapes that happen to be touching each other, but it's not intersecting.
So you like me
basically,
delete one
you're
of
gonna
the
have to-
circles, right?
You have to back up. You need to go ahead and do Control Z, Z, Z until you get back to having your initial two circles for this tool to work. So Command or Control Z, there you go. So now you have two circles. Okay, well, you went a bit too far. So now you might have to do Control Shift Z, Z to come back to your two circles. Control Shift Z, and that's the redo. Or go ahead and pull another one of these out at this point and make your two circles. Okay, so hold down your Control key. And there we go. Get your second circle. Don't worry about the colors right now. Just hold down the Shift key so that it's on the exact same line, or make sure that the pink line, I need it to be really symmetrical. So if it, I think yours is lower now. This might be a good point to select both and use the Align tool, but it needs to be, move it up or down until you see the pink line. A little bit higher. Yeah, move that one a little bit higher. You need to have it be exactly centered with the other one. Which now that you've already done it, you can't center them unless you use the Align tools a bit higher. They're not aligned, I can tell, because see how you get the edge higher, 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 a bit higher. No, up, yep. I think you got up, 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 up. You have to have a horizontal pink line up here. Look at the edge of your white on the top. See how you have much more white on the right side than on the left? You need to go up a bit more. And if you want to go up, there you go. See how now it's showing you that they're aligned? Let go of your mouse. Okay, perfect. All right, now go ahead and select both. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now you can go and use those tools in the Pathfinder tool on your properties panel. So go down to your properties panel and click on that one is the one that gives you just the intersection. Perfect, got it. Now we're ready to go. Stopping your share. Anyone else who needs help with getting this done? Yes, no, maybe? Nope.
Yes, Vera needs help.
Vera, okay, so go ahead and whoever needs help, give me a share.
Okay, getting there.
Yep. Meanwhile, the rest of you, if you're just waiting because you did it, go to the third page, create 2 or 3 other shapes that are not circles, overlap them, and play around to see what happens with your Pathfinder, adding and deleting, right? So just play around and get some ideas while I'm helping. Okay, so in this case, again, Vera, I can tell that you've already broken them into 3 because one circle is not overlapping the other. Rather, your paths are indistinct. So if you were to grab with your move tool now, one of these pieces and move it out, you'd find that you have 3 different pieces. Click and drag. Oh, you're not in your move tool, you're in your path, in your shape builder tool. So go to your move tool. You have to click away because now they are bound by the same bounding box. Click away, grab one, and drag, and see how they're broken up. And the reason I can tell is because I could see that centerpiece. So go ahead and do command, hold down the command key and then tap Z, 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 Z a few times. Z, 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 Z. Yep, enough. There we go. Now there's 2 overlapping circles. Now they truly are overlapping. So that's exactly what we want. Okay. That means that these are two distinct, one behind, one in front. Okay, now select both of them again. Perfect. Now go to your Pathfinder tool and we'll use that again. Pathfinder tool is the one
Okay.
on the toolbar and between the gradient.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
you used the other one. That's okay. I was just wanting to make sure that you knew how to use the Pathfinder tool, but that's okay. You did it
All
with
right,
this
how do I
one
get
right now.
out now?
No, you
And
have
then-
it. You have it. You're fine. You have it. That's what we wanted you to do. So you've got that little kind of leaf shape, so to say, oval, pointy leaf shape. So that's good. I stopped your share. Anyone else needs to get here? All right. Okay. Share my screen again. Let me get rid of that and get rid of that. Now, here's something I wanted. Let me actually back out and have you guys think this through. This is one shape and this is another shape, right? How many layers exist here? One. How about here? One. But in the intersecting layers, I really have two pieces, right? I have a piece of the yellow and a piece of the green. Can you tell? Because, you know, they're intersecting. So when I do this and I get rid of that and that, what's left behind is actually two pieces. Click away first, click again, and you'll notice that if you pull apart, you have one of each. Now, when you first do that, you can't tell because they're one on top of the other. And if you just move them, since they're they're bound by the same box, they look like it's one. But if you just click away first and then click again, yeah, there's two under there because you had the piece that left over from the green one in this case and the orange one. Does that make sense? Any questioning about why or how come? You've got two. Let me back up it again, because originally there's two pieces here. There's that orange underneath and there's green on top. So when you get rid of that and that, you end up still with two pieces, all right? So just to keep in mind that what's really happening is you're getting rid of the part that isn't overlapping, but of the part that's overlapping, you have two of them. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull it out and show you. I really only want one right now to start this exercise, so let's get rid of one. And I'm gonna just make sure that I have only one. Actually, I'm gonna zoom in a bit. All right. So there's so many other, let's keep this right there where it is, like this entire page with one little oval shape. I want to go to the other pages for a second and play around with some more of this tool, and then we'll come back here and we're going to build something out of that. So let's move over to an empty page. I don't want to lose that, but I want to have us do that, which I said, let's go, and you guys who are out there playing around with stuff while I'm helping, let me give you an example of what I was talking about. I'm going to go ahead and build, for example, anything. I'm building a rectangle to start with. I'm going to go grab, we're working with stars today. I'm going to grab a star tool. I'm going to make a star. I'm going to grab it with the V tool and maybe overlap them in one way or another. Oh, here, let me twirl it a bit. That's kind of okay. I'm going to do something with this. It's a bit harder to do something of this when the paths are so thick. I'm going to select these two. I did this once. I remember now something similar to this. I'm going to select these two. Click on my. So I have two shapes, basically, same as if I had two circles, but these are different. I click on my Pathfinder tool, hold down the Option key, and I'm going to get rid of these two pieces. So there you go. I came up with something that would have taken quite a bit with my building tools here, pens and curvature tools, because this one is perfectly symmetrical. And I would have been a hard time to create a perfectly symmetrical piece otherwise, right? So anyway, this is an example of building something. Let me try with something else. I'm going to make a, oh, this is one that I did once that I remember. Okay. See if anyone recognizes this. I remember now. I'm gonna make this be red. I'm gonna have no stroke. And again, I'm gonna make a star. And I want it to be exactly centered on this star. So you know how I told you that if you hold down the Option key when you create a shape, you create it from the center point. So I'm gonna put my mouse in the center point of this one, of the circle. I hold down the Option key and I'm gonna make a star, but I want it to have less points. And this is the one that we had at the beginning. So I'm gonna actually go and take some points out. I think this might be how many the one that I'm trying to do has. Do something like that. And what I'm trying to do, I'll show you later, but what I'm trying to do, okay, since it's also, I'm gonna paint it white, but now I'm not gonna necessarily paint it white, so I'm painting it blue because otherwise it looks like it's a hole. So now I have a star on top of a circle, but now I'm gonna select both, and I'm gonna go ahead and hit the Option key to get rid of the star. And now I truly have a hole. See? Anyone recognize this? I probably should have straightened out the star. I didn't straighten out the star. It's actually,
Mexico.
yeah, but I think the Texaco logo, let me do that star again. Because actually I think the Texaco logo last time I did this, someone corrected me and it was I didn't even know about the Texaco logo, and they said, "Oh, that's a Texaco logo," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." And I'm going to do it again because the Texaco logo has the lines of the star are kind of straight, not curvy. So there, now I did it. See what I mean by straight? These lines. Okay, now I'm going to select both and say minus to the middle, and I don't know if the star is the same one or not, but there you go. That's a Texaco logo. That's an example of how, with a couple of tools, now we've made something that's an actual real life logo, right? But more importantly, this is still just a regular shape. But this, where I knocked something out from the inside, we'll learn about it a bit later, but this is actually a compound shape because these two shapes individually can still be altered. I haven't shown you how to do that yet, but just keep a thought going to the fact that here I just cut out of it and that's it. This is a green shape that has those tips. But this one still has a circle and still has a star, complete star. So when I get around to showing you what I mean, keep in mind, when you make a hole, like a donut hole in something, you're creating a compound shape. I'm going to make a circle here. And then I'm going to make another circle. And then make it a different color so you can trust me that it's a different one. It just happens to be also red. Then if I select both of these and get rid of that middle one, I end up with a little donut shape. And since I didn't center it correctly, since it is an independent shape, I could still grab that donut shape and move it. But I'm going to show you that later. These two are compound shapes. This is a simple shape. All right, let's play around a tiny bit more with making different things. I want to make a rectangle, another rectangle on top, a circle. I'm just blindly doing stuff here. Let me add a little star. I'm going to add a circle to that. Again, it's hard to see because they're all the same color, so let me give you different colors just for ease's sake of trusting me that I'm making different shapes. I happen to have them one on top of the other. And then the star is going to be green. Okay, so it's just that when you make them all in a row, they were all red. Okay, so here I have a bunch of different shapes. I have no plan in mind for this one. If you have a plan in mind, it's cool. I'm just going to select all 4 of them. Now there's a bunch of overlapping paths to play with. So I'm going to go again to this path builder tool. And what's going to happen if I go ahead and now hold down the Option key? Well, I can't just delete the star on its own because the star now has this piece and that 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 piece. So when you have this tool on, the pieces are much more complicated. So you need to kind of if I want to get rid of the star, I'm going to do that. But then I have this little bit right there. And then I have this piece right there, and then all that. Okay, and looks like that is what makes up the star. And I let go. There's the shape I have, but I've been left with this kind of weirdish little shape there. Okay, so if I didn't want that, there I go. And then I have a star cut out of 3 different shapes, but each one of these now individually is a bizarre little shape. You see that? Anyway, I'm gonna undo, 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 undo. This was completely random, so I wasn't going for a particular design, but consider now, I think last time we made, today we're going to begin to create some scenes. I'm looking at the time. One of these many times that I was teaching this, we made a Christmas tree, and since we're near Christmas, it wasn't because it was a Christmas tree, it was a scenery that had some trees in the background. So let me go ahead and take some sides out of the polygon, and then I'm going to make it skinny. So say that this is the shape of a Christmas tree. And it so happened that this tree that we were trying to imitate had one side was lighter and one side was darker to give it some shade. So one example would be, I made a duplicate of this, right? So remember, you hold the shape, you make a duplicate, boom. But then I brought it straight back on top. I gave it one tone, a different tone of purple. I don't know, a tree that's purple, but yeah. So now you have the same, you have one purple that's, oh, did I delete it? Yeah, I deleted it. Trying to see, there's actually an easier way. I'm going to hold down this and I'm going to make my duplicate. I'm trying to remember because it was something we did on for a different thing. So I'm going to have 2 duplicates. So now, how easy is it to get only half a tree? If I want to get this to be just half a tree, to have one side be one green, because the same, you can't have this be 2 colors. So I would have to divide it in half, right? Just trying to get you to think how to use this to get a shape that you want. If I want half a tree only, then the easiest way to get half a tree is to right now make a rectangle, make that rectangle cover exactly that half. Again, let me give it a different color so you're clear. It's a different shape. Then I select both. And then I go ahead and I get rid of these 2 halves. Does that make sense? How you think up a shape now? Because yeah, creating that perfect half would have been very hard. But if I create a line across it with a shape and get rid of, whoops, and get rid of these 2, there we go. There I have my half. Yeah. So now if this one is the one that's on top, right? Then I can give it a different tone of purple. And then when I put it on top of this one again, then I get my 2-sided tree, for example. Does that make sense, you guys? But I'm not having 2 halves because I might have a little line in the middle. I'm just putting 1 half on top and there's no line in the middle. Then I would just join them. And that's part of what we're going to talk today. We're going to talk about grouping and stuff. So that's a tiny little example. That's another example. Random shape of
can you show me how you made
you
the
can get things done. Yeah. So especially in your case,
Can
since
you
you
show
don't
me how
have
you
the
made
path.
the triangle?
Yeah. So I went to one of these shapes, the star or the polygon. I went to the polygon.
Okay.
And it has a lot of sides when you start with, and then you go and do the same thing I showed you before. You go low arrow, lower arrow, lower arrow, lower arrow, and you end up with a triangle. Okay.
Where is
Yeah,
lower
if y'all want
arrow?
to go to the arrow keys on your keyboard, and you have up, down, left, right keys on your keyboard.
Okay.
The same ones that you added spikes to your star. So add sides to a polygon. So when we get rid of all the sides, we end up, the least we can have is a triangle. And then if it kind of ends up being kind of, I don't know how to make it straight, you hold down the shift key and it really straightens it out. Again, see, the shift key always constrains. So something I show you in one tool works on another. I'm constraining it to be only parallel. That said, when I let go of my mouse, that didn't look much like a Christmas tree. So, because it's equilateral. So I grabbed with my arrow key, I went and grabbed the sides of my bounding box and brought it in and got myself a little tree,
Yeah.
right? So I modified it. Okay, so everyone, let's do this together. It wasn't necessarily the one I was going for, but since it does seem to be a slightly complex-ish shape to do, let's do that. And it's Christmassy, so why not? Now, one of the things that Saul's been doing with those shapes that are kind of funky, maybe we can do it to this one to make it look a little bit more Christmas tree-ish when we're done. But anyway, so does everyone have this little triangle? Let me show you one more time how I got it. Go grab a polygon. It'll start with many sides. Go ahead and go to the arrow keys like we did with the star and give it less sides until you get to a triangle. I haven't let go of my mouse yet, so I want it to be perfectly like perpendicular to the or parallel.
So
parallel to the
I would
base.
press
So I'm gonna
control.
hold down the
Oh.
shift key.
So I would press control while trying to move it, right? Or to
No,
move the
no,
base?
no. First you make it. You make it. The first
Yeah.
one you make. Just don't let go of your mouse. No control here. No control here. All we're doing is up or down arrows, and we want to get rid of sides, so we go down arrows. Down, down.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Now, it's not in a good position if I want to make a straight tree. So I either guess at it being perfectly in the right position, which is hard to guess, or I hold down the shift key and that forces it to be perfectly bottom line is straight. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's why I'm using the shift key to constrain it. Otherwise, to just guess it when it's straight, most of the times we'll have it almost straight, but not straight. So the shift key makes it perfectly straight. So here I made my
Got it.
first triangle. Now, I want to modify this shape and I have the pentagon tool in my hand, so I can't do anything about it. So I'm going to, or hexagon, whatever. So I'm going to head over to the polygon. That's right. Head over to the arrow tool, which is the one that allows me to move it with my bounding box. And now I'm going to use this bounding box to make it skinnier and taller, because that's what the bounding box and black arrow tool does. It allows me to make something skinny and tall, remember? Or fat and thin. It just keeps the original shape though. I don't modify it in a way that it's not recognizable anymore. So I'm going to make a nice little tall tree. Maybe I'll paint it green since we are talking trees. I'm going to give it a darkish greenish, Christmassy-ish tone. All right. Has everyone got one little tall tree looking-ish kind of triangle? Let me clear your answers. I want to make sure everyone has a little triangle-ish looking, tree-ish looking triangle. Yeah. Getting a lot of yeses. If you're completely lost, let me know. Otherwise, any shaped triangle will work. Let's now make a perfect exact copy of this. And to make a perfect exact copy, remember Option or Alt key, and then I drag out, and there's my perfect exact copy. I don't have to guess, try to make it again. And if you like to do Command C, Command V, you can do that, copy paste. Right, now this one, to distinguish them, I'm going to color it a lighter green. It's not very distinguishable. I'm going to go much lighter now, so it's clear that I'm talking lighter green. The lighter green one is on top of the darker green one. All right, so now maybe I can just move this out of the way for a little bit and put this in the middle. And this is the one that I want to cut in half. I venture to say that there's not an easier way to cut this in half than using either the shape builder tool, or for you who doesn't have the shape builder minus, then you're going to be able to use the path builder tools. But notice that those tools here, the Pathfinder tools, are not there. Can anyone tell me why the Pathfinder tool is not available to me right now? think
Since
it
you're in
through, look
the
at my screen.
arrow, you're using the
Yeah,
selection tool.
no, I need to have the selection tool for the Pathfinder tools to be available. I do.
I think you need to have them together. Both
Yeah.
selected.
I need to act upon two shapes. So I need to make that second shape. I'm selecting only one thing. If I wanted to work on these two and selected two, there are my Pathfinder tools. But since I only have one shape, there's nothing to join. So remember, when something isn't there, something might be missing here. All right. So now I'm going to make a rectangle. That's kind of, if I don't know how to put it exactly, if I look at the green marks, I can put it exactly there to start with, right? Let's say that you don't want to, you just make a little rectangle anywhere. Give it a different color in case you didn't. And then I can select it and drag it over until it touches. And you can see over here, it's pink, so you can't see it. Let me show you. When I managed it to intersect, see down here, it's saying nothing, it's saying nothing. And then the moment it, boom, it intersects with the center. See how it says intersect? So that those green marks, that's where I'm asking you to look. As I approach right above my hand, boom. Now I know that I'm exactly at the center of that tree. That's just a way to use the tools that are the smart guides to help me know that I'm in the center of that tree. Okay, so now that I've hit the center of that tree and I'm ready to go, sorry, I moved it and it's not in the center. There. Select both. And then over here, in this case, which one of these should I click? Those of you who are using the Pathfinder, you know to use the minus and get rid of these two, the shape builder tool. But the Pathfinder, which one of these would work? What do you think? Hover over them and read the instructions. This one, when I hover, this one unites. That's probably not what I want. This one we already used, its intersection.
Minus front.
This one says click, exactly, so click to minus front because the yellow is in front, right? Click to minus front is also going to get rid of what's underneath it. Got it? Or for those of you using the Pathfinder tool, I'm going to hold down the Option key and just drag a minus across these two. Boom, get rid of both sides. It's different ways to getting to the same place. In the long run, there's advantages and disadvantages to one or the other, but right now, for this circumstance, it's identical. Now we can grab this one and put it right on top of that one. And don't just let it go until, if you want to use the pink lines, you see how I see two pink guides? One that shows me that it is up and down centered, and the other one, parallel and vertical lines are telling me to have it totally centered. If I don't use that, then I'm going to have to go and get across really tight and go zoom in and do all the stuff to make sure that it's absolutely perfect. So if I zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, a bunch of times, and yes, no matter how I do, how big I get, it is absolutely perfect. And why? Because I used those green, that's actually a drawing mistake. I used those backing out. And 0, command minus, minus, minus. I use those pink lines to help me align it. Okay, so wait until I have all my pink lines, my ducks in a row, and then I'll know that I'm in the right spot. Okay, let me back out a little bit more. So when you're moving up afar and you can't see the details, you really depend upon those lines for it to work. All right, so there's my little two-sided tree. I think the greens are two different greens, but that gives me a bit more of a real. It almost feels like it has a shape, and you all know that it's a flat shape with one color, but just the effect. Now, one more thing before we go, but if you try to move it, you're going to mess it up each time, right? So the important thing when you do something like this now, because we have two parts, this one and that one, that you never want to have them separate anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to select both and we're going to group these. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about all these complex shapes. When you make complex shape, you want to group it. Because Illustrator on the properties panel gives you all the options. Since you have two shapes, not only does it give you the alignment in the Pathfinder tells, but right here under group actions, it also gives you the group. Now, I like the shortcut, which is Command or Control G, because, you know, group. But if you don't want shortcuts, then there it is, hit the group. Now, the moment you hit the group, it switches back to ungroup because now it's grouped, okay? But we don't want to ungroup it. If we now click away and later come to it and pick it up, it's acting as one shape. Both pieces have been grouped, okay? Now, they're not on the same layer. There's still two different layers, but look what happened to the layers. Now I have a little thing that says group and only one tree here. If I go to my layers and check on this little tiny arrow and open it up, that group is composed of these two individual parts and pieces, okay? So if I were to now deselect it and I want the whole group, I would have to select the group and I move it all. But if I, for any reason, I wanted to select one side of them, like the small one, I could go over here and I could still move this piece individually because I'm got into the group to do that, which for the most part, unless something's wrong, you don't want to do. So you can just select the entire group and just move the whole group as one. All right, play around with that. And now come up with some other ideas of shapes while I answer Vera's hand is up. Yep, Vera.
Yes. I want to show you how far I got on that tree because I
Perfect.
could
Let
not
me stop
find
my
the
share.
pathfinder.
Okay, good. Let's share. I dropped so you can share your screen now. All right, good. The Pathfinder isn't coming up because you only have your rectangle selected. You need to have both shapes selected. So now go ahead and select both and then you're going to have it. Oh, you're using your shape builder tool instead of your selection tool. There you go. Now you have both selected and now you can either use your shape builder tool on the left or your Pathfinder tool on the right. And minus front. Yep. There you go. Perfect.
Then this one moves
So
over.
whenever you do, and then you move that one over. Yep. And there you go. Now click away again and select both so that you can group them because you only had one selected, right? So now you select both and now on the left side, it says group. Perfect. Now you have your group. Go check it out in your layers as well to see what a layers looks like when it has, when it's been grouped. See how now that says group and you have a little arrow where you can see each one individually. To the left of the little tree on the group, there's that little tiny little pointer on the
I
left
could
side of
still
the little
split it
tree on the
out.
layers. Yeah, go ahead and go back to your layers for a second. See how there's a little triangle? Yeah, you can expand that. And then those are the two individual pieces. It is still two pieces. You cannot have one shape with two different colors like this. It just doesn't let you. You saw when we joined that it absorbed one. If you united this, it would be only one color. So this way, you still have two shapes that look like one, but with two different colors because they're grouped. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Does everyone have a little Christmas tree? You guys can see how with this example, for better or for worse, we could go to the star, overlap many stars, and then have each tip have a different color, right? By doing something like this where you cut out everything else except for one tip. Anyway, I'm just throwing out ideas. But now this is grouped. Let's make a copy of it. Okay. So now if you copy it, you'll copy the group. So again, hover, select the Alt Option key and drag out a copy. If you don't have the Alt Option key, Danielle, just do Command C, Command V.
You're
sorry,
not
Control V,
sharing.
Control C. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me straight every time I drop. I tend to forget sometimes to reshare. Oh, wrong Illustrator. Here we go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to select this piece and get a copy from it. So for shortcut users, Option Alt, drag out. But for people who don't have the Option key like Daniel, just Control copy, Control C, and then Control V. That gives you a copy. Okay, Control C, copies, and then Control V gives you your copy. That's for PC. He's a PC user. Mac users, it's Command C, Command V. All right, so here I have my copy. And why I did this, because I want to have a little bit of fun and show you just a beginning idea of what it is that that Saul is doing when he makes those edges not be straight. And there's some filters, which in the other workspaces, you have filters over here, but in this case, we don't have them. So where would filters be over here? We go to appearance, fill stroke. Oh, notice that when you have a group with two different colors, the appearance will say question mark, fill, because it can't tell you if it's green A or green B. It's one little box. So basically it says, I don't know. And that's just because there's more than one color. It's not that there's a problem there. It's just that it's two different colors and it's a group shape. Okay, but underneath that group shape, you have here an FX for special effects. And so let's go and play around with one of these. Let's see, which one would you recommend? So you've been doing a lot of this. Let me see, distort and transform. Let's go to roughen. And then maybe we roughen it a bit less. We give it more detail. I'm guessing I haven't done this to this tree, but I'm just move this around and yeah, I don't know. That kind of looks a bit more Christmas tree-ish, even though the tip is getting a little bit funky, but that's just effects you can put to your edges.
Wait, could you do that
it,
one more time?
Yeah. I was just showing it to you first, and now I'm gonna show you.
Okay.
So it's gonna have a bit of a problem up at the tip, but just as you can explore many different effects. But I went ahead and went to the appearance panel, and there's an FX right there. Click on that effects. You can also go up to the very top where it says effect. And at the top, for those of you who like to go up to the menu bar, there's a thing there that says effects, and it has all these different effects on it. But right here, you can have those effects too. So then let me head over to, I don't know, let me try stylize this time and scribble. Each one has something to it. So I'm gonna play around with the angles of the scribble. You know, it would be cool to give the bottom one angle and the top another angle. Oh, let me try that. Instead of group, I'm gonna select only one. The problem with trying to select only one right now is that it's grouped. So the only way to select only one would be to go to the layers, open up your group, and now select only, say, the bottom one. I'm just getting kind of fancy here. You guys apply anything you want. But now I'm going to go to my properties and stylize scribble and give it this angle, 329 down. All right, and then I'm going to go select my top one and give it the same effect, but I'm going to go 335 in the other direction-ish. I'm going to say okay, and then maybe I'll move it out a little bit. I don't know. There you go. It's just, guys, as you can see, you can start playing around with anything. I'm not saying this is perfect, but hey, there you go. You have something that looks with a quick effect. I'm going to undo. The first effect I had used is here under distort and transform. There's so many different ones that you can play around with, but let me see. I think I used roughen last time. Let me see, zigzag. So whatever you choose, each one has its different things that you can play around with, right? And so maybe this one gives me a little bit of effects that won't be so intense, or if I go way over here, I can get some pretty intense effects, right? So it depends on what you want. I think I only have one of mine selected. Make sure to have the whole group. All right, so let me see, what others can I do here? Mostly it would be distort and transform and stylize right now. That would work. But there's something called effects gallery, and these work much better on pixel-based things. Let's say I want an artistic effect of I don't know, colored pencil. Then it goes into this effects filter mode, and then you can click on one of these. But see, this works really well with rasters, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing, yeah. Some of these might work, but they're not the best for vectors. I don't think we're gonna get much of it. If this was Photoshop, you guys would be going like, ooh, ah. But okay, here's one that kind of would work, the splatter. And if I make the spray be less smooth, I don't know. So maybe that might work. I'm gonna hit return. So there, I don't know, play around, okay? There's stuff there that you can have some, oops, I need to not have them separate. There's stuff here that could be fun. All right, I'll let you guys explore filters yourselves, but that's an example of what these effects or filters can do. The ones that work better for a vector aren't, these are all ones under the effects gallery. They don't do too well with vectors. You saw most of them kind of glitch, but these up here work really well with vectors. Okay, vectors are these things that we're doing in Illustrator. We're making vector shapes. All right, any questions? If not, let's head back to the first page and go back to this shape that we have in the top. If you have a question, this is the time to ask me because we're transitioning to something else. No question? Yes, Vera?
There. I undid, and I went back to that rectangle on the tree, and I can't get out of it.
If you have that rectangle on the tree, click away first. Go to your selection tool and click away. And now, selection tool, the top black one. Now select both again. And then go to that Pathfinder and say minus front again. And then you'll end up with that half. Did that work?
Yeah, upside down. So I'll turn it around.
Yeah, you might have twisted it before. And then go and drag that little half tree over on top of the other one. And then select both again and group them. All right, cool. Moni?
So I just wanted to check with you when you were doing the special effects and you were doing like the scribble and had it, the angle changed. Did you still had the whole, the group selected, or did you go and select individual?
I had the group selected when I did the other effects, but for the scribble, I first selected one side.
Okay.
Gave it one angle, and then I selected the other side and gave it the other angle. So for just that one example, because I had to change the angles and you can't give it, you know, so for that one example only, for the rest, I've always been doing both. But for that one, I selected each piece. And to select each piece, I had to go in here into the layers, open up, and then select one piece for one side and then the other piece for the other side.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
The sub select. Now there's more to grouping, and we're gonna work with grouping right now. Okay, so we're gonna do more grouping over here. There's another way to get into groups that's not just layers, but for now, that was a good. Don't forget to do some screenshots now, because by now we have some funky stuff going on, some different examples. Go ahead and get some screenshots so that we can post them. And let me give you once again the Padlet link in case you. Okay. Can you share the actions that we can follow on our computer, says Jen. So when you said the word actions before, I thought you actually meant like a tool called actions, but I'm thinking that the way you're saying actions right now is you want to share, want me to keep showing you what I am doing. And other than demonstrating it step by step, I don't have like a list of things for you to do, like number one, do this, number two, do that. I'm just selecting things and choosing effects and playing around with them, okay? So if you need to, you can watch the recording slowly later and one by one, follow through. Windows actions, Windows save actions. Windows actions, I have no idea what you're talking about. Does anyone understand? Is there an actions thing in Windows that would repeat your tools? Does anyone know?
In the Photoshop, there's a sort of action panel, right?
Photoshop, yeah, but this is Illustrator.
There's also an action panel there.
Yeah, you can go to the actions, I think you asked before and I said you can go to the window actions panel.
And
you
you can
pull it
save
up.
the action, right? You can save it.
You can save the actions. Yeah. So guys, if you know how to use actions, go for it. I'm not going to teach actions, but basically what it is you would start from 0 and start recording yourself. You press a plus, right? Create a new action and you call it make tree. And then you would make your triangle. Then you would make your other, you would delete it. You would select it. You would do the effects. And when you're stopped doing, you say stop. And then next time you want to make a tree, you just go play and boom, another tree comes up, another tree comes up. Does that make sense? So I'm not going to show, if you guys want to play with actions, go ahead and research actions yourself, because I'm still doing some more basic stuff. The thing about actions though, is you need to know exactly what you're doing. You can't be searching around. You have to know exactly the 10 steps. You create the 10 steps in a row. And then each time instead of if you want to make 400 of these trees, you can just press actions 400 times, right? Actually, as I said before, for Illustrator, I would rather just copy paste this 100 times and put it in my place. So in Illustrator, I don't particularly see the reason for actions, but if you know how to use actions in Photoshop, Jen, definitely apply it here. Go ahead and use actions here. It basically records your steps and then you press play and it redoes your steps again and again and again. That's what actions is. Moni, is that the same hand or a new hand? Question. It's the same hand. Okay, good. Lowering it. All right, guys, let's head over here. Hopefully you guys have been, while I'm talking to people, you've been posting hopefully you've been posting your stuff up on Padlet. And now let's go back to the first page. And we were left with this little leaf, let's call it, shape. Okay. Oh, on Windows, you can share the actions after recording so we can repeat. There's an app in Windows called Step Recorder built in Windows. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, the Mac has a recorder too. You would want me to record these steps, but Jin Su, I am recording the entire class. I can't record little bits and pieces and then have little tiny bits and pieces all over the place. So you can record me doing it and keep the recording yourself. You can use that action that you have here on your Windows. You can turn it on right now and record the little bit where I'm doing it and keep it for yourself. But if you want the recording of this, you can actually access the entire recording and then go and replay this little bit again and again. Or you can record me with that action so that then you can record only this bit, okay? I'm already recording with Zoom. I can't on top of that record this little process, all right? But yeah, you can definitely record me. I have no problem with being recorded. All right, cool. Here we are in the first page, that first little leaf, and hopefully everyone still has it. Does everyone still have this little leaf? If you don't have it, we made it with intersecting two circles and getting rid of the two big fat pieces and ending up with the intersection. All right, so I'm going to head over here, and for this one, I'm going to minimize the stroke. I'm going to make it be a really thin stroke, maybe. See how you can go even under 1 point? I'm going to go even under half a point. I'm going to go to the thinnest stroke, which is 0.25. I want a little stroke. You'll see why later, but I just want it a bit to be not so intrusive. Okay, so we're going to find a way. We can keep copy, pasting, dragging these things all over the place, but I'm going to want us to do this in a way that's more specific. Last class, remember how we used that rotate tool with the oval to make a flower? Let me just point back to what I'm talking about here. To make these tools, right? What we did is we used the rotate tool, and then after that, we just kept doing Command D to repeat it, or we just did it again and again and again. So this was a tool called rotate, and just as a reminder of how to use it, back to my Illustrator. The thing that we did, and I don't really need us to use the rotate tool right now, but just again, a little bit of a review. So I'm going to undo whatever I do. So just watch. The rotate tool is this one over here. When you click on it, the key about the rotate tool is that what you do is you move that little center point that now is rotating from the middle, and you move it. So I'm going to move it to this anchor point by doing a single click. I've moved the anchor, and now I can start rotating from the tip. That was the rotate tool. If you don't remember how to do it, please go and review the recording of the first day. We don't need the rotate tool. Normally, this is when I teach the rotate tool, but since I already taught it to you, I'm going to have us do this a different way. So I'm going to undo that. That was just a reminder of the rotate tool. Right now, we have a leaf that does not have a rotate tool applied. So if we were to rotate, it kind of rotates on its center point, and that's not what I want. So what I'm going to have us do is I'm going to make us make an exact copy, but this is important. We're going to make it be exact. Remember, by holding the shift key. So I'm going to hold down first the option or alt to get my double-headed arrow. I'm going to start pulling out a copy, but I'm going to now hold the shift key so that we're sure that it is on the same line. And then I'm going to move it up until we say intersect. So now we know that it's exactly symmetrical one leaf to the other. Okay. Now, in the case of you, Daniel, who doesn't have the option key, just do a Control-C, Control-V, which means you Control-C, Control V is the V for Victor is the paste, right? So you do Control-C, Control-V, Mac people, Command-C, Command-V, and then go ahead and do the whole thing with the lines to get your thing to intersect, okay? So you can do it even if you don't have that shortcut. Okay, so now with the shortcut, I'm gonna make my copy first, and then if I'm not sure exactly where to put it, I can hold down the shift key and then join them, and then that will, I can trust, as long as those two are there, I can trust it's time to let go of my mouse first, then I let go of everything else, and then I have my perfect tool. If I'm not sure if it's perfect, one thing would be to zoom right there to that little connection to just double check. And yeah, the connection is perfect, okay? I can see that my lines, my paths are joining perfectly right. And if it's not, if for any reason you have it a little bit off, then this might be the time to go ahead and intersect them. Now, one thing that you might want to notice, and since we do have a stroke, which is why I was saying when you have a stroke, it's a bit different. Like this is the stroke intersecting, but if I turn the stroke off, then the path isn't really leaf to leaf, right? So in this case, since I do have a little bit of a path, I had a 0.25 on each one, I want to make sure that it's either my paths intersect or my my strokes. Got it? The green lines make the pink guides make my paths intersect. They don't care about the stroke. So when I say they're intersecting right, it's because see, it's that path coming in from there and that path. Great. I happen to have chosen to make two blue paths. Let me make the stroke a different color so you can see my paths. So see, it's the path to path that are intersecting, and that's what the computer is giving you the greens, the pink lines on, not the strokes. The strokes can be fat or thin. I can have like a humongous stroke, and all that matters is the paths. That's what the computer considers it, okay? So that is a correct solution. Okay, back down. If you all got your two perfectly symmetrical and you zoomed in enough to check your tips and you see that, yep, it's all good, give me a yes, which you shouldn't need to check as long as all your lines coincide. That's the beauty of those guides, that if they haven't turned on, they haven't turned on, but sometimes they turn on, and then when you let go, you move your mouse a tad, and then they're not there anymore, right? Because your mouse just shifted it by 1 pixel. So you might want to double check just to make sure. All right. Cool. I'm seeing quite a few yeses. Vera, what's up with you? How are you doing?
It's a yes. I got it to touch.
Okay. Oh, you have your second computer with a yes. Got it. Anaïs says yes. Danielle says yes. Everyone's good. Yes. Okay, good. All right, guys. Now, I don't want this to break up anymore because I've already managed to make them perfectly symmetrical. So what do you think I should do? to keep them as a unit.
Group them.
Group them. So I'm going to select both. You can't group things unless you like both of the pieces. And then I'm going to group them. So now the group appears over here, or I like the shortcuts always Command G or Control G. And now I have one bounding box and the group turned into ungroup. Okay. So now if I move it around, it's moving as one piece. Yeah. So that helps it not to kind of disconnect. All right. Now we're going to use the rotate kind of tool that I had shown you before. So now, yes, I'm going to have you remember. First of all, look, since this is symmetrical, if I now try to move it and shift it, where's it rotating from? The center point of these two, as long as I have them symmetrical, has become that point, right? So since I did want to rotate him from that point, I can use the rotate tool if I want, or I can just use this regular. It doesn't matter. What does matter, first I need to make a copy. Okay, so again, I'm going to hold down my Option or Alt key to make a copy. And then that copy is going to end up in a different place. That's the problem of this system, right? So if I want this to end up in the same place, I would have to put it back onto the same place and then rotate it, which is fine, but it's a bit more of a roundabout way. So if you do that, that's good. But if not, if we use the rotate tool, this is what we did last week for the spin. So it's fine if you do it the other way, if you don't want complications. But if you want to practice the rotate tool again, then now I can click on the center point is right there. So I don't need to move the center point, but I need to kind of click on it one time so it stays there. Then I can click and hold to rotate it and the option to make it be a duplicate. And then when I think I'm in the right spot, I can hold the Shift key to make sure that it's exactly in the right spot. And then I let go. So that's using the rotate tool. If you don't want to use a rotate tool, you just make a copy by any which way, or either by saying Option and drag, or by saying copy paste, I don't care. And then you put it back and you wait for the pink lines to tell you that it's exactly intersected both parallel, top and bottom. Now you have a second one, and then you rotate it, and then you hold the Shift key to make sure that it gets exactly right. So both ways you end up with a perfectly symmetrical set of leaves. If you've got it to this point, give me a good old yes. If you need help getting to this point, this is a good time to ask. Looking at the time, we're fine. Okay, we're good. I'm seeing yeses. I'm seeing yeses. Nicole, I'm not seeing a yes. Maria, I'm not seeing a yes. Anaid, yes, I do see your yes. Danielle, Candace, Maria, everyone else has a yes. Okay, Nicole has a yes now. Okay, Maria, where are you?
Yes, thank you, teacher.
There, oh, you did have a yes. It was on the right. I'm looking at the second number down there, and then Shelly
okay.
said yes. And they
Thanks.
said yes. Okay, good. Everyone said yes. Cool. Except for Jinsu. I don't kind of, you never say yes or no, so I just let you follow through, Jinsu. Okay. All right. Now we want, now watch. Now if we go to our layers, at the top, I have a group. One group with two leaves. But then at the bottom, I have another group. Depending on how you made it, you might have them at the bottom or at the top, because the first leaf was made eons ago before we wrote anything else. Remember? It was made at the very beginning. So when we first made our first little set or group, it appeared down here at the very bottom because we had made it, you know, an hour ago when we created this thing. But the second group that I just copied and pasted and created is at the top because I just created it. Does that make sense? Why one is way down here and one is way up there? Because of the time in which it got made. I want to put them together. So I'm going to grab the bottom group and bring it up here. And I'm going to have my two. I need to take those Alarms off. That's from when the class finishes at 1 and this one doesn't finish at 1. So I have when I used before this class, I was teaching Photoshop. And when I was teaching Photoshop, I had my alarm set for ending now, and I just seems like I haven't turned them off. So that was bugging me. Let me turn them off because they're gonna keep bugging me. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I need to turn this off because then I forget later and it's been bugging me. Okay, got it. All right, so did we all move our second group up? So we have the group here that's going sideways, and here it is, and the group that's going up and down. So the bottom one, I'm going to do undo to not lose it, and then the top one. Yeah, so I've got my 2 groups. All right, now I want to keep this perfect symmetry going with all 4 leaves. So what do you think I should do?
Group it.
Thank you, someone. Select them both again, because now it's 2 things, really, that group and the group. So even though I see 4 things, it's really 2 groups. I can just do that. Look at that. I'm just selecting a bit of each one. That's it. And I'm selecting both groups. So all 4 leaves are getting selected because what I'm thinking about is the groups now. So I just do that, select 4 groups and group them again. Again, Command G or Control G or whoops, you can't touch the group here. Why? And this is why I like shortcuts or other ways to do it, because this is only seeing grouped things that it wants to keep ungrouping. So this is a limitation of these quick actions. So how else do you get to the group? If you don't know the shortcuts of Command G or Control G, maybe you can right click and group. That one's always available. Or you can go all the way up, which is in this share, because I'm on a Mac, you can't see it. Let me go show you on a PC where you do see the tops and bottoms. If I wanna group this, let me do a quick copy, and this on a PC, and I want to use the tools up on top for Mac or PC, but the Mac has them up that, you would go to object group. Now, the reason I'm showing you this is because these things over here that appear in the properties panel are just the most basic possibilities of what you might want to do, not everything. If you really want to know everything that's possible to this object, you would go over here and look at all the other things I could be doing to this object, which are not being offered to me here, which is why I want to keep you thinking that it's important to know about where these things usually come from. And under object, there it is, I can group. And in the group, the good news is you can also learn the shortcuts, Control G or Command G. Okay, so that's where you would go. If you don't remember that it's Control Command G, you would go up here. Once you group it, then it would say ungroup. But here, once it was grouped, as a big group, it wasn't giving me the choice to group again. Okay, I keep working on the Mac one, but see, in the Mac, it's harder to show you those windows because they're up at the top, but they're still there. So if you're a Mac person, you need to go to the group up there, and that's where you'd find it. Okay, so now I'm gonna group these again. And then when I go to my layers, what I'll discover that now in the layers, I only have 1 group. Just if the rest of you are confusing you, this is all from like the other shapes that we have. We're only talking about this group right now, the one that has the leaves. So we're back to having 1 group, but this is very important. This isn't 1 group. The 4 leaves haven't merged into 1 group only. It's really 2 groups that have merged. So in here, I still have the horizontal group and the vertical loop group, both have been saved in this 1 group. So it's like groups within groups. Does that make sense? We'll tell you why in a bit. Right now, it's like, well, why isn't it all 1 group? Well, had I not grouped the first 2 and done it all without grouping and then grouped 4, then I would have 1 group of 4. But since we started with 1 group of 2, then copied that one, we have 2 groups of 2, and then join them, then we truly have groups and groups and groups. Now, this gives us more flexibility to then work individually with the stuff that's inside of our group. Sometimes you don't need to do this. Sometimes you just go, I just want a group for everything. But other times it's good to have layered groups, depending on your object. So if this were to turn into a flower, might end up with all the petals in one group, the center in one group, a stem in another group, the flower, the leaves in another group. But then by the time I put them all together, it's one group called flower, right? So I move the flower all over the place, but individually I would have portions of that, all my petals in one, all my leaves in one. Does that make sense? A reasoning for why you would want groups within groups? Okay, so, and if this were petals and stems and leaves, you would, instead of having it just called group, you could double click on this and call it, you know, petals, stems. What do you call the center of a flower? It has a name and I'm losing, my memory isn't right. There's a name to the center point of flower. Anyway, center of flower, we shall technically call it. All right, so now that I have this group, I can move it as a group because, you know, it's one thing. Now, before we continue with this, let me show you one of the powers of groups. Up until now, the only way into getting into individual leaves that I've shown you is if I keep using layers. So if I want to go to this one leaf, I can do that. I want to go to that one leaf, I can do that. Okay, so that's great. That's one way to do it. But I assure you that when you have thousands of pieces, and I did not give you this file yet, I believe, but let me show you an example really quickly. Of an example of a file. This one, I'm gonna be sending you some, getting you some files to download next time, but this is an example of a file that if I go to my layers, it has 4 artboards with bunches of little things. And when I open that, it's got 4 main groups, one for each page. I'm gonna open this group. I open that one. Each one of these is little groups because to make this little circle shape, when you open it up, there's other pieces inside. Let me go to something that's pretty obvious, like a butterfly. Can you see how impossible it would be to isolate amongst all of these, which one of these little circles are if I want to change the color of one of them? I'm going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit. This whole thing is grouped right now. So if I click and drag it, the whole thing moves together, right? So that's an example of a big group. But then if I want to just select this circle, like that one, how do I know which one of all of these circles that is? It's ridiculous. I have tons. It would be easier to say, well, I want to select the butterfly because if I go up and down quick, that looks like a butterfly and it's black. So I could do that. And yes, there it is. The butterfly is working, right? But to say the truth, this system of using the layers, sometimes when you have very complicated layers, it's just not enough. Because yeah, butterfly is easy to distinguish, but that circle, how would I know how to distinguish that circle? Well, let me show you in this example, and then we'll put it to practice in the one that we've got open. I've got 3 or 4 red flowers here. They're all identical, or 3 black flowers. They're all identical. Can you see that they're identical? They've just been repeated, but I want to change the color of just this one. So what I'm going to do, since I have no idea how to reach that one in here, it's like, ugh, who knows? I'm going to go and select it, which selects everything, and then watch, pay attention. I'm going to enter what's called isolation mode. Technical term for simply double clicking on what I want. So I'm going to double click on this flower. That physically has produced 2 things. On the top, I've got this thing called group now. See that? Like that layer wasn't there before. Let me hit escape to get out of there. There's nothing there. When I select, double click, I go into one layer. And now, let me show you once again. Now pay attention to my layers. Even if my layers were all closed, if I double click right here, boom. Now it's taking me, and you can't see the letters, but it's over here. It says isolation mode. Trust me, this is called isolation mode. I'm going to close it because I don't want that. It brought me to that one. Okay, so remember, escape, I was in all 4 boards. I double click here. It's isolating the group that I'm targeting, the big group. Now I double click again, and it goes and it isolates only the flowers and the stem. See how everything else went kind of grayed out? Now I'm gonna double click again. Now it isolated this one flower. Now I double click again, and I've isolated that little center piece of that flower. So amongst the zillions of little black circles, I finally got to the one I wanted. I'm gonna go to the properties and make it be, well, yeah, we have an issue here with that. This doesn't have bright color. I'm gonna make it be something totally different, bright yellow, so that you can trust that I did that. So I've gone within one group, another group, another group, another, because this is how many groups I had to go into to find that. To leave all at once, I'm gonna hit escape, and there you go. I have managed to, amongst all these groups, where layers was too hard to find that one little circle, I've managed to find it by double clicking, double clicking, double clicking, double clicking. It's kind of like letting me into each group. Does that make sense, you guys? So we only have 2 groups in here, but if I want to change these colors right now, I would have to, if I go change the color of this in one way or another, it's going to change all 4 because the group changes all at the same time. So if I only wanted to change one, I would have to either go to the layers, which is a great solution for when you have 2 or 3 pieces. But if this were a complicated file, the only solution would be double click. So now I've entered one of the groups, double click again. Now I'm in isolation mode. Now I'm in the group of verticals only, the rest went gray, and then double click again. Now I'm in one petal. So I had to go in just down to group levels. When I want to get out of this mode, hit escape. Double click, double click. Now if I were to change a color, I'm selecting 2. 2 are the right color, right? So this would be the time to change it. But if I double click a 3rd time, then I'm down to this one. And now I can say that I want this color. And just as a mini reminder of what we did before, maybe I want to change the colors. I want to click on this library and bring up maybe I want to bring up Renaissance colors for this flower. I don't know. I'm going to make this is kind of boring colors for a flower, isn't it? But and I'm going to bring in this by double clicking it. And that means that over here now, I've brought some colors I didn't have before. So I'm going to choose that color for this flower, for this leaf. Then I'm going to back out. One step I can back out with this, or you could just hit escape and double click in again. Now I'm going to change this one, and I'm going to make that one be this tone. I can just hit escape and try again and double click, double click, double click, double click until I get to this one. Yeah, I should have chosen better colors, shouldn't I? Oh, I guess I used that one already. There, that color. And double click, double click, double click, and pale green, pale gray for that one. Not the most festive set of colors, but there you go. I have managed to individually color each one, even though it's still a group. All right, so hopefully you'll pick better colors than me, but go ahead and let's individually color each one of these petals by double clicking and entering isolation mode. If you keep looking over here, you'll see that I get to the point. My entire thing is happening. I double click one time, isolation mode, I get into the double group, I double click again. Now I'm in the group of up and down, double click again. I'm in just this one. And then I change the colors. I'm actually going to change the colors again because I don't like these colors at all. So I'm going to go find, I mean, I like them for something else, but not for flowers. So I'm going to go find another little library. I'm going to click over here. I'm going to go for something a bit, I think there's a nature flowers. I guess a nature flowers. And let me see. I'm going to go for this. I'm going to make them all be different tones of pink. I'm going to double click so they've been transferred to my palette, and maybe these lighter ones too. Double click, and maybe this one too. All pinks. I'm not a pink person, but for some reason I just chose 3 pink palettes. I choose them by double clicking, and when I look over here, yep, here I have 3 pink palettes of colors. So I'm going to start with this color. Then I'm going to go here and double click, double click, double click, double click, until I get just to this one. I need to escape the whole mode if you want, then double click to get in. Once I'm in individual one, I'll pick a different tone of pink. Or if I don't want to go all the way out and double click my way again, then I back out one group's worth and then I double click one time. And then I'm going to give this one that pink. I'm going to go back one group to this one, double click. And now that color, or that color, I think it's different. Maybe the paler one. Okay, and now I hit escape. By hitting escape, I leave them all at the same time. And now this is a group that's all little pink petals. Now, I was just trying to show you the whole group thing first and how to enter isolation mode, but we're not really done with this because what I want to do next is I want to make another copy. And again, if I do it with rotate, I just begin to rotate it and hold down the option key. And again, to keep it in perfect, exact 45 degrees, it's hard to guess. So I'm going to hold shift key and there it is. It perfectly synced to 45 degrees. And now I'm going to go over here and I'm going to make them all, I don't know, this tone, but because they're a group, since I don't want that, I'm going to go back to my move tool and begin to double click. And maybe I want to do one color at this point. So I'm going to make two of them this time instead of one time. Two are one of those pinks. And I hit escape. And now I have two or three. Again, I'm not saying that each petal in a flower has to be so different, but I'm just making them different so that we can really see that something's happening. So maybe I want to be even more radical and add in a little blue here and there. Here's a nice little green or a light blue. Or think of how nice a little gradient tone might be in this. Okay, which we did some gradients for the petals last time. So I'm messing around. I'm not trying to make one color good now. But if I do that to the gradient, remember that the direction of the gradient is kind of opposite. So if I do choose to put a gradient and I want the tips to be darker, then I have to use the gradient tool on this shape, go to the gradient tool, and then remember to rotate so that it does that. Okay, so that's just in case you want to do the gradient. Which in this case doesn't make that much sense, but yeah, there we go. Hopefully you are getting better choices, better colors. One last thing before I help people. Then you can grab this same one again and rotate it again. And deposit it somewhere in the middle. And then again, now I'm going to do one more time. Again, remember we can also do Command or Control D to duplicate the effect that we just did. But in this case, I'm just going to keep grabbing one of these because it's easier to distinguish. I'm going to give them all one same color in the background. Then I'm going to select this one and give it one same color just so that you see each one of the layers. It's kind of otherwise hard to tell that I have different layers. So I'm kind of undoing the first effect. So now I'm down to each one of these groups having their own one color. I have 1, 2, 3. I can grab this one here and copy it again. So now I'm going to start answering questions, but letting you guys begin to make, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, the rotation point still has to be there. And copy and do that. And make this one deep red. Right. So right now I've just kind of remade my layer so that each group has one color so you can really see them. I can put a little circle in the middle. If I hold it from the option key, I can make it start from the middle and give it one color, you know, stuff like that. But I can also give some transparency. It looks like cool if this group was a little bit transparent and you could see layers underneath it. And then this one, was lighter, and you can see underneath it, and this one was lighter, and you can see underneath it. So now I'm playing around with the transparency just to give some more depth. Anyway, other than the fact that this one has a funky set of colors, so let me give it the brightest pink. All right, so now, oops, went to the wrong. Here we go. So now, this whole thing is one flower because it's layers within layers within layers. So I can move it. Oh, that's the one that isn't right. Oh, I have it grouped. I see the problem. At some point I did a select all and I grouped it with everything. Here. This group fell out of the whole groupings. I didn't put that little circle as part of the group. I can watch what I'm doing here. I didn't group the circle. I had left it loose. So it kind of, when I went to grab the whole thing to move it, it left that behind. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to join this. I'm going to put it in the group, but I'm going to do it over here. I can actually grab this and drop it in there to make it be part of the group. Okay. So that's something that can happen as well, like join it into the group that way. So now when I grab this, the whole thing moves together. And I'm gonna stop my share and start answering questions. But if you get to something, I haven't changed that yet. But if you have any questions, this is the time. So yes, Vera.
When I need to share my screen so you can see what the problem is.
Of course. Sorry, I forgot I hadn't stopped. Yep.
All right, when I try to select, I'm on the selection tool, but when I try to select the whole thing, it only gave me the last leaf I was on. See, if
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How do I reverse that to be able to select the whole thing?
Right now you're in isolation mode. So hit the escape key to get out of isolation mode. Now click away first. And now when you select it, it'll be the group. No, hold on. You don't, if you made it a group, you don't need to keep doing that drag. So click away again, just to test, click on the white area. Now, as long as it's been a group, go and select one leaf. You're not in isolation mode, a single click. There you go. Now you can move it and everything is selected, right? Because you single click. If you double click, you're entering this isolation mode, okay? Go ahead and undo so that it straightens itself again. Command or Control Z, there you go. So now, if you want to make your second one, the copy, right? Either you use the rotate tool, or just at this point, if you'd rather, do you prefer right click copy or Command C? Or use your option tool to copy. Use one of the many ways. So option tool to copy. There we go. There you made it. So now let go of the option tool. And whoops. Did you let go before you? Yeah, you first need to. Sorry, you first need to go of your mouse. Then so drag it out. Okay, now let go of your mouse. There's your tool. Now let go of your option key. Okay, so now you have two of them. Okay. So now you have to put it, the rotate tool doesn't make you keep changing it, but now you have to grab it and make it center it again. Go ahead.
Go back to the rotate tool.
Yeah, but the rotate tool would have been to get your copy. Now, hold on. Now that you already made a copy, go ahead and undo. There's two ways. If you already made your copy, go ahead and undo. Now you need to just put it back with the selection tool. Just move it back in place, but you need the selection tool for that. Okay, so drag it back and wait until it centers like two lines. You need the center horizontal and center. So the pink lines, I've seen only one right now. Okay, now it's perfectly centered. I think you got to perfectly centered. Now you can change the rotate. Yeah, and it'll rotate. And hold on the shift to make it hit exactly right. And by the way, you guys can modify the shapes of the individual flowers so it's not so geometrical. You can have different shapes. You know, you can go in there now with your tool and make some of the flowers be a bit more wavy or something like that.
So
and now
always
you
with
can
this-
give, if you want to do another layer now with the rotate tool, now you can do that. Go to the rotate tool. And now the rotate tool, you begin to spin, click and drag. Yeah, and now hold down the option key to get it be a double, make it be a double one. There we go. And now you drop it also in the right spot by holding the shift key. By not holding the shift key, it kind of got a little bit different, but there you go. So the rotate tool means that you don't have to duplicate it. You duplicate it by holding the option key. Or
Okay.
you just, for people like Daniel who doesn't have the option key, you just copy paste and then you reposition it in the center, and you know both options work. Now to give each one of these a different shape, you'll have to go back to your selection tool because you're in rotate tool, right? And then begin to double click to get into each one. And if you want to just give the whole group a color, you can do that. But if you want to give individual ones, you keep going in and in and in, and there you go. Now you do them individually. Okay. And you can keep grouping groups and make it bigger in depth. One other thing you can do, you guys, is make, once you've got your different shapes, share again. So once you've got this one here that has all those shapes, I'm going to go ahead and move this out of the way. Or instead of doing that, let me show you how to add another artboard. I'm going to go over here, and without having anything selected, I can go over here. It says edit artboards. And I'm going to just add one or two more artboards just so that I can have more artboards to share with you. Cool. You don't need to do that. You can just move things around, but just reminding you that we can keep adding artboards. I'm going to move this stuff over here to another artboard. Whoops, I haven't grouped those yet. So move this to another artboard. And what I wanted to show you is that I'm going to make a copy of this over here to have a different version. I have yet to change the color of that one petal, but you can also isolate them and do something else with them. So say that I want to go down to my bottommost layer, right? So, and it's hard now to tell which is my bottommost layer. That might be good to see over here in my groups. I open my groups, and my bottommost group is this one. There you go. Now I can really see which is my bottommost group. And maybe I can make that one bigger. Holding down the shift key, I'll make my bottommost, shift and option so it centers. And make the bottom one bigger. And I'm going to make the next one a little bit bigger. And the next one the right size, and then the one on top a little bit small. Whoops. The one on top a little bit smaller. And the one that's in the very, very top even smaller. Oh, this one I hadn't rotated. And so on and so forth, so that I can keep having, that's another way of modifying this, right? So it's the same flower. Oh, I turned it off. It's the same flower, but now what I did individually with the groups, what I did individually is actually change bigger, smaller, and stuff like that. And since I have a bit of opacity on them, you can see them. You can see them all happening.
So,
So
I'm
anyway.
not quite sure how to separate and expand the flower. Like,
Okay, so
already
what
combined.
I was, so what I've been doing is I've been going either in here into the layers to individually separate each piece, or I have a little guy in there that I thought hiding that I need to work on. Give me a second.
For some reason, I only have 2
Or-
layers.
Well, you need to have made it 4 or 5 times, right?
Oh, okay.
I made this again and again and again to get this. So when I started, I had two. Let me select the beginning ones, for example. This is what I had to start with, right? So to start with, you have 1, right? So then you need to keep making each one of the other layers to end up with that many layers. And so I have, how many here? I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. And the only reason I don't paste them one on top of the other is because then I wouldn't distinguish them. That's why each time I paste them, I rotate them a little bit so that I can see them. In your case, Daniel, each time you would have to copy paste, drag it back on top, right? Then rotate it. And then you'd see the difference. Now I'm going to leave them the same color. But I'm going to copy paste again and see your paste ends up in this off-site place. And so you need to drag it up on top and then rotate it.
Yeah, I did all that. It's just
So
a
that's where
matter
you
of
would have all your layer. A
let me
matter
just
of what?
share.
Okay,
Let me
hold on.
share
Let me
my
stop mine so that you can share. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
We have 15 minutes left, and I wanted, just for those of you who are hanging around or waiting or whatnot, I sent you a file on email this morning. Hopefully you've downloaded it, because I want you guys to go ahead and open it, because I want to do something, and that's going to be a homework. I'm going to show you some stuff, and then it's going to be a homework for you guys. Okay, so yeah, show me again what you're trying to show me. You
So
said you have 2 layers.
I made
right?
it. It's just
More than 2.
I'm a little confused at this part. Like,
Yeah. So to open the layers, oh, I see, you have 2 layers. You actually should only have 1 layer. I don't know why you ended up with 2. We're not using the second layer. So on layer 1, to see what's in layer 1, open that little tiny arrow to the left of that you open it up, and that gives you all the stuff. So go grab at the bottom. Make us a bigger window. So go to the bottom of this box as far as, yeah, and then click and drag down, down, down. Yep. Yeah, there, now drag down. There we go. Those are all your layers. I see what you mean about when you said you only see 2 layers. You were talking about the layers panel. And there you have all the individual parts and pieces, okay? Now, what I'm noticing though, is that you did, guys, if you want to pay attention, there's lots of loose little leaves there. So you did the whole thing, but you didn't group them each time. So all your shapes are individual right now. There's no grouping.
wow.
So if you were to go select one and grab it and move it, it's go your selection tool, grab one and you move it, and you'll see that it's, yeah, click and drag. Just drag it out of, just drag and move it. No, don't double click. I'm trying to show you that by not having, no, hit escape, undo that. I was just trying to show you, yeah, so now hit that you don't have them grouped. So if you grab any of these petals and just move it out, it's going to move on its own. It's not connected. Just move it. Just move it. I'm trying to get you to move it. Yeah, drag it out to the middle of the page. To the middle of the page, move it out to the middle of the page. And in fact, you have one that's hiding down there. So it's going to be very hard to, it's going to be very, very hard to move this. Sorry. I think something, I swallowed a gnat or something. It's going to be very hard to move that without messing up, because you have so many loose pieces. So at this point, at the very least, I would suggest, so go ahead and undo to put it back in its place. In its exact place, yeah. And then I would suggest at this point to select it all and group it. It still internally will be ungrouped, but at least at this point, this flower is all one. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, and I forgot, by the way, I had turned off my little, all this time, thank you for sharing this. I forgot, I had turned off my little, that little panel that you guys are seeing down there. I had, in mine, it's turned off. And so I haven't even been showing you that you have that little, it's called like little toolbar there that's showing you Whenever you select, you get that little quick access toolbar to stuff. Mine wasn't showing up, and so I haven't even.
Mhm.
The pistil, thank you. The pistil is the center of the flower. Thank you, Shelley. All right, so that's why you only had 2 layers. In Illustrator, notice that I only have 1 layer. We don't use layers. If you've done Photoshop at all, you know that we use many layers. In Illustrator and in InDesign, layers are a different creature. Layers, in this case, if you turn the eyeball of the red one on, you'll see there's nothing on it. You don't really need that second layer. A layer would be if you were to like have a book, or for example, a flyer. On one layer, you might want to put the art, on another, you might put the text, and another you put the art, the guides, so that you can work individually with the different elements. That would be a reason to use layers. But for the most part, otherwise, if we're just doing a flower, they're all on the same layer. Okay.
So
Any other
everything's
questions
on the
before we
right
start?
track. Okay.
Yeah. Now, ideally, if you want to start, from the beginning and make a smaller layer first, like select 4 of those petals, make not a layer, a group from that, and then put that one on top of each other, make a group from that. That'll help you then be able to work on it as a unit. But I mean, the flower is happening, so it's still fine the way it is.
Okay.
When I show you those shortcuts of joining things and grouping them and stuff, it's just to be more efficient. It doesn't mean that that flower isn't taking shape really nicely. It's just less efficient because you're going to have to definitely do each one of those petals individually versus by groups. But that's fine. You can get some really cool colors in there. All right. Any other questions? Questions? Make sure to be making screenshots of the flowers that you're making. Let me share my screen again. So funny, I'm so not a pink person. I ended up with a bunch of pink flowers here that I'm making. Not that I dislike pink, it's just that it's not a color I ever use. And here I have a big pinkish flower a bunch of times. But in this case, let me move up, zoom in. Oh, it looks like
So
I
I kind of messed up and only made 1. I thought we were all making the same one, but I see you made multiple.
Yeah. It's okay. I make multiple because I keep showing things.
Okay.
But it's okay if you don't have them all together. No problem. You do what you have, and what you have is what you have. Okay. Now I made this little example here when I was showing sizes and stuff, but I gave it a teensy little yellow stroke. If I select the entire group and maybe make that stroke, for example, blue or something, so it's teensy and thin, but you can see it a bit more. It also helps outline a little bit the shapes when you do transparency, so I kind of like that effect. I'm making more because I'm giving you different examples. Let me just dump this one out here. So I'm going to make a copy of this one in here and zoom into this one, because then this is where you can decide to, I just showed you how to make different layers separately, but you can also go in here and decide that some of these groups are going to have individual shapes. So everything I've been teaching you is up until now is possible. So I can go ahead and say that this entire group here, I'm going to go to my curvature tool, for example, and I'm going to go ahead and click on this and maybe make this, I'm going to add a path over here and maybe make this petal be a little bit different, right? So that one is, I don't know, not right now. That petal has that shape, okay? Then I go on to this one and that petal, so you don't have to have this very symmetrical thing. You can have one that maybe is a little bit taller or shorter or is a bit rounder, because that's what petals really do, right? Ideally, you would have done this at the beginning instead of at the end, right? But yeah, you can keep playing around with stuff like that, and that's how you'd end up with each time you copy your group, right? Now this groups have been copied, but every time you copy your group, you give your petals a different shape. Maybe you make this one really skinny, because that's how petals are sometimes. They're skinny and then they're long and then they're rounded or they're whatever. So if this had been done from the very beginning, then you can see how you would have a flower that maybe looks more natural. That's just an example of going in individually to each piece, double click, double click, double click, and then using the tools that I've shown you to modify shapes, white arrow key, curvature tool, to just, like we did before, completely separately, individually play with each thing. If you do that on top of that with different colors, you can end up with some pretty, or different shapes and sizes, different patterns, different gradients. You can end up with some pretty nice stuff. So let me see, you guys put in the post what you've been doing in the Illustrator post. Let me see if some of you have been posting your flowers. Okay, great. I was like, who's you? Oh, it's Nicole. There we go. I was having to check on that. So look, looks like you put a nice little effect. Oh, I haven't shown you brushes yet, but you put some effects on your strokes. See, this is an effect, and she applied it, not, either to the whole leaf. I don't know if you just applied it to the stroke, because you can apply it to either one. Was this applied to the whole leaf or just to the strokes, Nicole?
I have no idea.
Okay. You were selecting something and you applied one of the little effects, and it worked. That's great. Over here, Maria, you put in a gradient there, and your little leaves are little. See how different the flower shape can be. You have a linear gradient here, and you have a central radiant gradient here. And if you were to grab that gradient and move it a little bit to the edge, then it wouldn't be so like eyeballs, and move it a little bit to the edge, then you'd get a bit more of a shape to the leaf. That would be great. The radial gradient might not be such a good thing for a flower that's trying to look like a flower, but if it's trying to be, a shape that's distinct from another. Oh, look at all those little trees that you guys are building with the different effects. Cool. Over here, Candace, you have these strokes, you have different colors. What's happening there? That's interesting. This is probably the pattern fill. The pattern fill. All right. Cool. Oh, look at that. You're doing that. You're experimenting with the curvature tool, and you're getting some really funky shapes, which then when you put them together, it's up to you. If you want it to look more flowery, you might put more layers on top of the other and then look at flowery, or it could be one of those, like, you would have to have more. It would look like one of those, how do you call them? Similar to the one that Saul made, the carnations that have a ton of petals, that have a lot of stuff on the ends of them. I don't know names of flowers too well. That's one of those things where you can tell that my English is my second language. I grew up in Spanish. My mom does flower arrangements and stuff like that. And so I know all the names of all the flowers in Spanish. If we get to English, that flower, right? Like, I don't remember the exact name or translation of each individual flower. But anyway, good job. Keep posting, you guys. Look at all those colors you have there, Moni. And you did the whole making some smaller things. So that's great. Let me see. I wanted to show you, if we have a bit of space here. I don't want to keep making more artboards, because I want to just go quickly, because we only have one more little second. I want to show you one more thing so that you have a week to try to play around with all these tools. But let me show you one thing I haven't shown you yet, which is, I'll make just a circle, any old boring circle. And let me give it a stroke. I don't know, green stroke. I guess this is Christmassy, green and red. There's such a thing as a brush over here, that if I have like my paint brushes, or even I can do it just to lines. Let me just do it to lines. Forget the paintbrush for now. there's something that can be done, and I don't have that path here. I would have to go to the window. I have a path that doesn't have like options. You have to go up to the word window and bring it. So I'm going to bring up my brushes, which is different than that brush, my brushes. And this would be the window that picks up when you have brushes, right? And look what happens to this stroke if I click, and this was reminded to me by what you just did, Nicole. I'm selecting to have that brush be this like charcoal feathering kind of thing there. And so let me take the fill out for a second so you can just see that that brush has that shape, or it can have this shape. These are just the ones that come, or it can have that shape, which is kind of weird when you have a circle, or the basic line, which is what we've been working with all this time. Now, let me give you a line. Here's a line, and it can turn into this, like little jean stitches kind of thing. These are the 4 that kind of come as examples, but there's a ton more. There's a ton more possible line shapes. So it's like you're applying a little symbol, a little idea to how you want this to be. So where do we get more brushes? Well, just like we did with colors, if I go down here, you can see that I can have some artistic brushes, like, let me get some charcoal pencil brushes. Here we go. So maybe I want that to be that line, or that to be that line, or this to be that line, or that to be that line. Does that make sense? Just all you need to do is open your brushes panel, which again, you go up to window, click on the word brushes. And then here you have, it comes at first with just 4 brushes. But now that I've clicked on the library, this is reminiscent to what we did with colors. I've chosen a different type. I chose chalk color pencil. When I did that, they came in, they jumped in to my regular panel. Each one that I tested came in here. So let me go and use another. These are this is kind of like the jeans, borders decorative. Okay, borders decorative. Let me put them over here. I can make this line be that, or that, or that, or that. Kind of blows your mind, doesn't it? Or that. Okay, each one that I click on, what's happening to it? It's transferring to my brush panel. So as long as I click on it, it's being transferred over. All right, so I don't particularly like any of those, but there's some really cool ones, and I'm going to keep going to my library to see what others I can find. Oh, the image brush library, that's interesting. It's kind of similar to that, but made out of like individual, and this is the one, this is the jeans that we had there, but you can make it be other little like chain links, but I like this one, is little flowers. Now, this one is upside down. I can make it there, and then suddenly I have like a little flower on that line. So all I did was paint a line, but if that's the brush I've chosen, then I get lots of little flowers. There's something else called symbols I'm going to show you, you can paint with, but yeah, and then I can modify the size of that. If you sort of have a circle and you choose that, then at some point it'll put the flower, and then the rest will be the stem. Then now you grab this, last choice, but if you grab this and then you grab this modifiers, right? Pen, white tool, whatever we do, and then you just start kind of moving this around. You'll modify that shape enough to start giving it a different kind of tool. I wouldn't recommend this for this flower, but just what if it's this one, right? And if it's the curve that you wanted to have it be in a different shape, right? Up or down, yeah? So anyway, play around with this kind of stuff. It's fun, it's funky. Most of the times you'll go, I'll never use that. Another time you go, oh, this is exactly what I needed. Depending, people have different needs and wants, but there you go. play around, bring different brushes in here and have some fun. There's some goodies. There's some that are really nice. The artistic ones have some really nice paint brushes and stuff like that. And then you can make your own too if you want. All right.
So the way you found that is
Uh,
go to properties and then
I go,
to
no properties, not properties, up. Let me,
oh,
for those of you who have a PC, it's easier to show it. Up here, any panel that you're not seeing will be under window. So under window, you have every panel in existence, and one of those is the brushes panel. So for PC people, it's right there. For Mac people, you have to go to the very top to find the word window, okay? And then you open, in this case, the brushes. And here it is. I've opened the brushes panel. And by the way, there's also swatches and symbols. There's other stuff there, but I'm not going to go there yet. But brushes. And this is the basic 4 brushes that comes. You can switch to one of these, for example, and then the same line that you're making. Like I've been using the tools that are just lines, but there's also a tool called a pencil. Where did they hide it? Here, like here's a paintbrush. Okay, let me grab a paintbrush tool together with this type of line. And then I'm going to, oh, it's kind of small. Let me go to this and make it much bigger. So now I've got my paintbrush. Let me give it another color. And it's doing that. If I have it be this one, now I'm doing that, right? So it doesn't need to be on pieces that are already made. I can just grab my paintbrush and just paint with any of these. And that's when it becomes more interesting to have one of these that are a different way, because now here I have a calligraphic kind of tool because it's oval instead of circular, et cetera, et cetera. So I know that time is over. I don't want to keep you here if you don't want to. Just showing you a couple more versions of this so that you can do something with what I've taught you. But yeah, it's so this brush that I'm showing you right there, one of the basic ones that comes, gives us angles, right? So it looks a bit like it's a calligraphy tool, right? So anyway, play around with that. Here's the flat tool. Looks like a ribbon, right? The basic one we always use is this basic round one, all right? All right. Have fun. If you've made any little brushes that are fun, post them in. If you did anything with a cool brush, post it up in the
Diana,
Illustrator Padlet.
sorry to interrupt you. You wanna tell us
No,
something that you send us an email? I don't know.
Say that again.
You're gonna say something about an email that you sent at the morning. Do you remember about Adobe Colors?
You were
Oh,
about
I
the,
said to download a file. I got too many questions to get to it, but don't worry. Keep it
Okay.
there. We'll bring it up next time. If you want to, it was going to be a homework. I was going to have you guys, let me share. I was going to tell you that, sorry, I got distracted. But what I was going to share with you was, let me go back to the screen. Nope, I don't have it there. Oh, I opened the wrong thing. Here, this is the file that I sent you guys, right? Which if you open it in I wanted you to open it somewhere. I don't care in which, it can be Illustrator or not. And I was going to show you that we have the tools. We know the tools to do this. And I was going to have us begin to do this, right? So you can make a shape. This is the, imagine that petal that we just made, right? That's that shape. And then you put a rectangle against that and you cut it off, and there you have a cut off rectangle. And then you make that shape and stuff like that. So I was going to have us repeat this. Go ahead and take it on and try to do that and post it. I'll have a different image then for us to do next week. If I see a lot of people did this by next Friday in Illustrator, then I will not bring this up and we'll bring something else up, and you're welcome to try to make this happen. You know how to make these many different circles put together, joined, united, and then cut off at the bottom. there you have your cloud. Okay. So yeah, thank you, Maria, for pointing it out. I ended up showing brushes, which I hadn't meant to do, but then Nicole put her funky edge and I thought, oh, brushes. There's so much to learn in Illustrator. So so yeah, that was the intention of this. If you want to try it on your own, go for it. Those of you who want to try it with me in class, then we'll just do a different image next week. That way, those who do this one don't do it twice. Okay. Cool. So this is not an Illustrator file. It's a file that it has no borders or anything. It's a raster file. So if you want to open it in something else, that's fine. But yes, if you do want to open it in Illustrator, then you would have to place it. You would say file, place. I don't have time to show you this. Just open it. If you double click it from where you got it, it'll open in something in the preview on a Mac, on the Windows viewer. But if you do know where it is and you go select it, so like I don't know where I have mine. Downloads. I don't know where I put mine because I didn't download it myself. I sent it to you guys. Then you can place it in here and then look at it while you're doing it. I'll show you how to do that next week, how to place it right now. Just opening it from any program that you have, you put it on your side, you look at it, and then in Illustrator, you do your best to imitate it. Okay. All right. That's it. Any more questions? Happy to keep answering questions. As long as I don't keep teaching new stuff. All right. Sorry for taking more time, because I know that you guys on the one hand want more, and on the other hand, you guys have to leave and you might feel like you can't leave. If you need to leave, please leave. I'll see you next week. Bye. Yes,
Diana,
Anaí?
yeah, I just wanted to ask you about the class from 2 weeks ago. You were saying about like that you were gonna do the InDesign and the rest of the classes on, I don't know. I didn't
In the
catch
morning.
it that well.
Yeah, I forgot to mention to this group two things. I have a class starting next week called Create Compelling Content that this group and I've been interested in. I'll just try to send an email to you guys. But the other class where I'm combining all these projects together is the Digital Design Techniques class. That started this week already, and it's twice a week, so we've already done 2 weeks. Which means you can either join us and since you have done some Illustrator, you're not at the total beginning. You can join us next week. That one is Tuesdays and Thursday mornings from 9 to 12:45. And then that one we're doing Photoshop, Illustrator, and InDesign. Let me see if I can come up with the schedule with the CRNs. Let me sign in to SPCC and get the CRNs for those. Oh, come now, give me a code. 460 462. Log in. That's the. Did I not copy 4604? I didn't write that. 460462. There, I had typed it wrong. Let me go into my preview my rosters. Oh, come now. I hate it when it does that. Get in again. I'm gonna have to get all in again. Give me a new one. 956103. It tends to want to make me sign in twice sometimes. It's glitchy. All right. Pipeline portal, class management, class resources. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Okay. So these two are coming up. Well, right now I'm teaching Photoshop on Monday and Wednesday nights. We've done 1 week, so it's 6 classes total. We've done 2 classes. So we're like this one. We're on the 3rd class of Illustrator. We would be on the 3rd class of Illustrator if you join us next week. And then in Digital Design Techniques is Tuesday, Thursdays, mornings, 9 to 12:45. Photoshop is Monday, Wednesdays, 5 p.m. to 8:45. And then This one is the one that I was going to tell you about. It's only 2 days. It's next Wednesday and the following Wednesday, mornings 9 to 12:45. And this one is about, I'll email you guys because it's so complicated. But anyway, you were asked about the digital sign techniques, and it's CRN 44205. So if you want to sign up for that one and join us, you're welcome to do that. Because since you've been in this class and you know the basics of around Illustrator and all that at this point, and you would know, you would be fine to join the digital and techniques class. And then the create compelling content, I'm going to talk about when you're trying to plan a project. Say you're making a brochure, or a book, or website, whatever you're doing. What's the best way to consider what the right source material is for that, to get your message across? Like, what are you truly trying to say with that project? So to really think it from the beginning, and then create content that's correct for that. But the second part I do in that class is also show you lots of free resources on the internet for creating a whole bunch of material for branding, for marketing, for social media posts, for prints, for brochures. There's a ton of really good sites for a lot of free stuff, because all the Adobe stuff is not free. You have to sign into it, but there's a lot of good stuff online that's free. And so in that class, I focus on free apps and materials to get things done. So if this is interesting to you and you want to learn more about everything I just told you, then here's SERN for create compelling content. And it's, the only thing is that it's in person at the Wake Center. And it's Wednesdays, 2 Wednesdays. It's going to be 2 Wednesdays in a row from 9 a.m. to, I believe, 12:45. Let me look at my calendar. If it's to 12:45, it might be till 1 actually. Till 1, yeah. Till 1 p.m. Okay, 2 Wednesdays in a row. Next Wednesday, the following Wednesday, and then the semester is over. Right? So yeah, those are the, it's like after Thanksgiving, suddenly I had a crunch of all these classes happening at the same time. So most of the times they're a bit more spread over the semester, but if you have time and you're wanting to learn more, it's a good time to in 3 weeks get a whole bunch of stuff covered. All right. Any questions about any of anything? Nope. You're all good. All right, do some fun stuff with brushes, with colors, with shapes, and put them all in the Padlet. You're welcome, Soul. Take care. I love seeing everything you always post up there. Moni, I loved your little snowman. I hope to keep seeing fun stuff up there. It is Christmas. Like, it's inspiring if you're into celebrating Christmas. There's all these things we can make in Illustrator. All right. Bye, guys. Bye, Vera. Anaí.
Bye, everyone.
Maria, you're welcome. Bye, Jinsu. Take care.